How long you gonna be?
Oh, we're gonna take a break around lunchtime, I guess, and then it goes till 3 o'clock.
That's really all day.
Mhm.
Okay. You better move over into your easy chair.
I know. Hello, Carol. Hi, Carol. Can you hear me?
Hi, ma'am.
Okay,
What?
good.
Hi.
I just said, can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Oh, you feeling better?
Oh, yes, but I'll tell you, I ate very little yesterday. The Thursday, I was in bed. Well, I wasn't in bed, but I was in my recliner all
Huh.
day. I felt terrible. And
Really?
I still have a big red spot on my arm.
Huh. Yeah, I had a red spot, but I didn't have any side effects, anything.
Oh,
I
that's
had
good.
Moderna.
Yeah,
Did
that's
you
what I
have
had.
Moderna? Hmm.
Yeah,
Wonder why it affects some people and some don't.
I don't know. I don't
Hmm.
know. It's weird. That is-
Something.
Well, I don't know where everybody is.
I'm early, I guess. I was
Well, I
so.
am too, but I would think people would be signing in early. I don't know.
Well, I had trouble. I put the wrong on the ID. I put 6 or 8701 instead of 61.
Oh, but you don't have to enter anything. You just click on that link.
Oh, well, I didn't do that. I go to my Zoom and then put my numbers in.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. However you got there, that's good.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm here.
Agnes.
Good morning.
I just saw your email about helping with the
Cheryl?
field trips. That's great. Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
seen Cheryl yet, so. But
Well,
she
when you
seemed,
talk to her, I would be more than willing to help her, I
Yeah.
don't want to be in charge of it though, because I'm just getting too old to handle details like that. So,
well, there's a whole bunch of us that are feeling the same way. We're just
hey,
not
I don't
capable, not capable anymore.
listen, this workshop was $30, right? I'm just writing the check right now, so
Oh, yeah, $30.
30, okay. I'll mail it to you maybe later today or Monday.
Oh, use the Art League.
Post-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mailed mine, but I forgot it was Veterans Day, so I hurried up and wrote it out, and then I mailed it Friday morning.
That's okay. Actually, there's about half the people signed up. I hadn't sent a check yet.
Well, I think we're good.
I don't know
for-
why I bother. I don't know why I bother to set a due date. I didn't mail mine. I didn't
That's
mail
funny.
mine until Monday or Tuesday. Hello, Annie.
Hi, I'm having a camera problem, so I'm gonna leave for a minute and see if I can come back in.
Okay.
Gosh.
Do you have a radio or TV on, Carol?
Real low. Do
Yeah, I
have
can
to-
hear it. So you probably
can I
want to
turn
turn
it
it off.
All right.
Can you hear my music?
I heard somebody talking. I don't hear any music.
Okay, I just have it on real low because it soothes me.
I don't have room on my table for my coffee.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
I
Everything.
actually had breakfast this morning. I had to go get take my stuff to the shredding event.
Oh,
And, so we got up early and went to breakfast at the Salem Oak and then over
Really?
to the shredding event, and I was home in time to get started. I can't believe it.
You're feeling better. That's good to hear.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Today's the first day though that I've actually felt better. I was a little worried about this. But that Thursday, oh my gosh, it was the day after I had the shot, and it was just like I had the flu.
gosh.
I got up in the morning, I was freezing. I put socks on, I had a sweatshirt on over a t-shirt. I was a mess. And then
Wow.
I just stayed covered up all day long.
That means it's working, they say.
Is that right? Well,
Yeah.
I was working overtime, I gotta tell you.
I didn't have any reaction, so mine must not be going to be good.
I was fine after mine too, but I didn't have a reaction to the other previous two, so. Hi, Ned.
Hi, I actually have a spinning study group that could be virtual as well as people here, so you probably won't see me much but I'll be kind of listening or kind of watching, so anyway.
Well, I have someone coming to fix a washer in my kitchen sink, so I might
Okay.
be there a minute too.
Oh my goodness. Well, we
Always something going
picked a
on.
busy day.
Oh,
But nobody's here yet, so I'm
What kind
sticking
of
with
study
you guys.
group is that?
Spinning,
Oh,
like spinning wheels, not,
actually spinning the wool now, right?
yeah, like
But I'm
with
sure
that.
you've done that before, right?
Yeah. We have it every other month, so
Oh,
I started it pre-pandemic, so.
mm,
Okay, but I'll hang with you for a while.
okay.
Did you hear back everyone, Mary, regarding the,
Yes, I did. Everybody agreed. Harry abstained. Said he didn't have enough time to make sure it didn't conflict with anything. I think he's thinking about the bylaws. I had the manual out this morning. I was going to look it up. I was changing out some pages, but I didn't. So anyway, we're good.
that's good. You heard from everyone.
Yeah. Harry, well, let's see. I don't have my paper right here. Marking it off. Yeah, I think Gene Doherty, of course, we don't hear from him. I don't know what, I hope he's well. We haven't heard from him in a long time. And Harry was an abstention, but no one disagreed.
I hope
So,
Jean is well. I mean, we just never hear anything from him.
I know, that's what I know his wife wasn't well, but I don't know anymore.
Oh, I thought she had passed away.
I'm sorry.
I thought she had passed away. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't know that.
Okay.
I know she was sick
Mhm.
with something. I'm not sure what. But I didn't hear that she had passed away. And I think if Harry would know, I think.
Right, he would.
If she had. We should have 10 people. Carrie is here, I see.
Yes.
I got my
So-
ribbon today in the mail.
Awesome.
Oh,
the
good for you. Congratulations.
Thanks. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Have you, oh, well, you haven't entered before, have you? This is the first
Yeah,
time?
it's my first year of eligibility.
Wow.
Clean up to us, Mary.
Yeah, she's
She's got a way to go, though.
got a little ways to go. All right, let's see. We've got Agnes. Annette. We've got Carrie, Carol, got me. All right, so we don't have Patience. We don't have Dana. We don't have Florence, Harry, or Debbie Savard.
Does someone want to send them a message or a email? Remind them?
Well, I've sent them so many emails to remind them. I can't
Okay.
believe they forgot, but I'll be happy.
You did.
Let's see what was-
Okay, so
Oh.
that means I can just leave this, right? Just leave it on and then go to my email.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did somebody just arrive?
It's me. Good morning.
Florence? Okay.
It's me with. How is everyone?
Harry's here.
Harry is there?
Could I ask whoever has the stereo going to turn that off, please?
Do we have, I haven't sent this email yet. Do we have Patience, Dana, or Debbie?
No.
Okay.
Why is this off now? Seriously.
Okay, the email has gone.
Thanks, Mary.
Huh?
Let's see. It's
Oh, Patience is there. Good. Okay. I just sent an email, Patience. You can ignore it if you got it.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome.
Hi, Agnes.
Hi, who is that, Patience?
Hello,
Florence.
Agnes.
Oh, Florence, good to see you both.
Good to see you too.
All right, we need Dana and Debbie.
Debbie.
But we can go ahead whenever you're ready. If they're late, they're late.
Sure. Okay. Well, hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. Today we're doing trees, and some people, you know, do every little leaf and draw every little leaf and do the little veins in the bark and everything. You know me, I'm fast. There's nothing wrong with detail, but there's other ways of doing things. You don't always have to put every single vein in every leaf. So I tend to paint and draw fast landscapes. You know, I do a lot of these plein air competitions where you have to paint fast. So I've got a few samples I'm going to show you, and then we'll get started. So let me turn on the other camera. I had some camera problems when I signed on this morning. I tested it last night, worked fine, didn't work this morning. So now I put up another camera. Thank goodness that went up pretty fast. But let me switch.
By the way, Annie, congratulations on your participation in the Wallingford show. You had the seagull there.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, the
Really
Philadelphia
nice.
Watercolor Society. Yeah, there was somebody from your group there. What was her name?
Maria.
Yes, Maria Payer. She's in
Maria
the show
Payer.
too.
Yep.
Yeah, that was, I didn't win any awards though. I think Maria did though. I never win any awards in
He
anything.
did. It was a beautiful show.
It was, y'all went
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
Twice.
twice.
Mhm.
Wow. Yeah, it was nice. I don't know if y'all, did you see mine? It was way in the corner behind the piano.
Yeah, I did. I did. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I must have pissed somebody off there.
Just think of it as you're out there, had like a little solo thing going.
Yeah, behind the door. Okay, let me switch cameras. This one. Yeah, okay, now I'm on the right camera. And I'm gonna switch to speaker view so that I see myself. Why am I not seeing myself?
Can you spotlight yourself?
Oh, here we are, spotlight. I'm looking for spotlight for everyone. Is that does it? Okay, I spotlighted myself. I always forget, you know, I don't do this often enough, so I forget things. So here's an example of fast and easy trees. I pencil them in. Sometimes I do ink, and by ink, I just use, these are Uniball pens. Get them at the office supply store, Walmart, whatever. I started using Uniball brand pens when I did architectural work for architects. I used to do architectural renderings for a firm back in Louisiana. They would send me the blueprints, and then I would do the drawings of the house. and turn them in at the end of the week. Actually, I didn't even think about that. I could show you one of those.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
wow.
This is a copy
Beautiful.
of an architectural with one of the renderings. They would send me the house plans, and then I would draw the house from the plans and add landscaping. So that's when I
Beautiful.
became really fast at drawing and painting trees. Here's another one.
Mhm. Lovely.
So yeah, you know, I had to be really fast at doing this foliage and varying my greens so that it wouldn't be boring, you know, so it wouldn't be flat. And then they would take these and put them in like, you know, the weekly homes for sale, you know, catalog that you pick up the realtor office. And when they're shrunk down, you know, to that thumbnail that you pick up in the sale catalog, so, you know, the homes for sale this month, they look like photographs. And you couldn't tell that these weren't homes that weren't built yet. So anyway, that taught me to be really fast and also how to vary my greens. So I'm going to show you some more examples, and then let me see, pull out my examples here. And I sent you guys a link to a Google file that I uploaded all of my samples to, so that you can download them and look at them at your leisure, even after the workshop or before the workshop. So here's an example: pine trees. I forget what they're called, blue spruce or something, some kind of spruce, you know, that grow around here. Just simple, but there's a variation in color. Here we have cobalt blue and yellow ochre. And here I have indigo and cadmium yellow light. So varying the colors a little bit. Neither one of these has green, by the way, notice. But by putting a blue with a yellow, it reads has green. Here I have just a clump of trees. So I just did a smearing, dropping of colors in a cloud-like formation, and then dragging down trunks and then grounding them. Real simple to make a cluster of trees. Bring this over here. Okay, here again, some variations with just colors. This is wet and letting the colors mingle while wet, not letting the colors dry between application, you know, so there's a little bit of indigo here, some yellow, even some what's that red? Oh, like a cadmium red medium. And then doing it while it's wet, less the colors mingle, so it reads as green. A couple of splashes of clear water creates a few blooms. Same thing here and here, and then dragging the trunk down. I always ground it right at the base, because otherwise it just floats. And like I said, I did upload these to that Google file so that you guys can download them onto your own computers or iPads or whatever and reference them. This is a variety of trees, just, you know, deciduous trees, longleaf pines, a close-up of a branch, willow tree, arbor vitae, another evergreen, palm trees. There's two different kinds, the kind that have feather-like palm fronds, and the kind that have the other kind of palm fronds, you know, the hand-shaped palm, and another tree. So it helps to draw a variety of trees and use a variety of colors. This one I have green. There are some greens in here, but mostly I limit myself to 2 or 3 colors per tree, a dark and a light, and then let them mingle while wet. There we go. And here again, the same thing. A banana. Oh, I love banana trees. I really miss tropical trees. A close-up of a palm frond, another palm. This is a close-up of the other kind of palm frond, like a sable palm, whereas a coconut palm has this kind of frond. Trees, lots of different varieties again. This one has salt in it. Sometimes you can sprinkle salt. Sometimes I just do that thing with my fingers, you know, sprinkling water. Y'all have seen me do that plenty of times in background, you know, that sprinkle water thing, and it make the blooms. And sometimes I'll use salt. Sometimes I can lift out some branches. You see the lifting there?
Yeah. Yes.
And
Yes.
that one, you can see a little bit of lifting as well. And sometimes I put them in dark. So you can go either way. Let's see what else I got over here. Now, once you master them, then you can put them into a landscape. Here's a beach scene. I keep putting my hand on my palette. So here's a beach scene, simple. So the palm tree just kept doing it, doing the trunk, and put them into a landscape.
Now, Annie, you, on those palm trees, you painted the trunks, right? You didn't just pull them out.
I did, because they are, I'm closer to them.
Mhm.
On my little sketch thingy, I pulled some of them out, and on some of them I painted. It depends on how close I am to the tree.
Okay.
If I'm close, so the tree is larger, then I paint it in. If the tree is further away, I just pull it out.
Okay.
But yeah, like here, here I actually washed it out because I wanted the palm tree to be, the trunk to be lighter. So I scrubbed out the palm tree out of the background. But you can see I used the blooms here just to create the illusion of foliage. And, you know, I don't paint every frond of the palm. I just, one big brush stroke for each frond and then just feather the edges. But I'll show you that in a little bit. This was France. This is that mountain that that painter, what's that guy? That painter paints. Cezanne. Okay, so his studio was behind me, and I stood there and painted that mountain that he likes to paint. And there's these gigantic, I would call them arbor vitae, but they probably are not because this is
Cypress.
probably, yeah. There was one of those right in front of me, and then a line of them here that I painted in. So, and that's another thing here. Notice I made them nice and cool. Here, a little bit warmer. Yeah, let's see if there's any more I want to show you. Oh, you'll recognize this one. This is that house down over in Chad's Ford. What's that place where Wyeth paints? That farm.
Starts with a K, Nauer
Yeah.
Farms. I
Yeah,
got
Kerner. Thank you. Kerner Farm. That's the one. So yeah, so I'm behind. I'm over by the barn, painting towards the back of the house. This is the back of the house, and there's all these great big pines, and the bottom branches are cut off. But you know, just kind of they're dark, so it's just very simple, dark brush strokes. And here I did put in brown trunks because those trees did kind of have brown trunks. Another one, this one, I don't know what kind of trees these were. This is the Royal Palace in Bangkok. And there was this line of trees, some kind of Thai trees. So when I get to, you know, it's just a conical shape, each tree, and they overlap. And of course we have our perspective, you know, our vanishing point here. So they all go off into a line like that. You know, you have to always consider your vanishing points when you're doing anything. We've talked about that in other classes, you know, the seascape classes, everything has a vanishing point. So they do overlap here. So I do have a little bit of light here where they overlap against the dark, because you always want to have your dark against your light. And, but again, no detail, no leaves, just dark light in a conical shape, and then darker trunks, but always ground them. You know, these do have shade. Okay, so now who's ready to get started?
I don't know. I like looking.
Yeah, I think I put all of these on that thingy, on that that file, that Google file. This is the view from my backyard, looking at towards my neighbor's house. She has this big old tree. I had my students come over and sit in my garage one summer, and we, with the garage door open, and we just painted the view from, you know, looking out my door, plein air. So again, it's a little bit, I did this is ink. I'm going to hold it up so you can see the ink
Yeah.
this way. So I draw and with a pencil, and then I go over it with ink, and then I do the wash. It really speeds things up because the detail is in the ink. So here I have a drawing, and this is also on that that file, the Google file, of a variety of trees. So what we're going to do is we're going to sketch out some trees first. We'll sketch them out, and you can use whatever paper you want to use. You can use your sketchbook if you want, or you can use watercolor paper. This is just some 9x12 because these aren't paintings. These are learning things, learning exercises. I use my sketchbook to do these things. Now this is a Stillman and Burns sketchbook, so the paper is really good. It's a non-bleed through paper. Drawing sketchbooks aren't as good, but if you have a watercolor sketchbook or a good sketchbook like this, that's good too. So yeah, here I have arbor vitae in a row, a couple of willows, more tree sketches, tree drawings.
From the sign of Kerman.
And then I also do, you know, lots of other things in my sketchbook as well. Practice, and this is what I take with me when I teach. Easy to carry. So let's go ahead, and I see we have 9 participants, so we still are missing someone.
Dana.
Yeah, we're still missing Dana. But I'm going to go ahead and start sketching. So think of a tree. Let's see. 3 arbor vitae, because everybody has arbor vitae. Everybody owns them. You guys know what I mean? Those evergreens.
Just
Start with,
in a row or?
yeah,
in perspective?
yeah. Do 3 arbor vitae, and I'm going to find, so in case anybody, what did I just do with my cheat sheet?
You want me to, do you want us to attach them,
Yes,
Annie? Yes?
yes, yeah. Think
And
of a,
different heights?
if you want.
Mm-hmm.
But this is your arbor vitae, more or less, you know, these shapes. It's these oval, arbor vitae are just oval shapes. So I'm going to draw 3 ovals, slightly overlapping.
Can't say it. Oh, okay.
3, yeah, just 3 overlapping ovals. If I turn, nope, that didn't help.
There's a glare, like. thing.
Yeah, if I turn the light off, that doesn't help though, does it? Just makes everything
No.
darker. Yeah, no, it's just, it's, well, that's one of the good things about using a pen. So this is my, again, my Uniball. Oh, the reason I use the Uniball. So when I was doing architectural renderings, I needed to do pen and ink first and then watercolor wash on top of it. And I needed to find pens really fast because the job came up really, the contract came up really fast to work for this company, that were light fast and permanent and not water soluble because I need to do a watercolor wash. So they needed to dry and harden. And the Uniball fit that bill I tested like 24 different pens. So I drew 3 ovals. And now I'm just gonna, with my pen, go over it, kind of a squiggly. A little bit of. And they're not perfect ovals. So, you know, I drew with my pencil perfect oval, but now that I'm got my pen out, I'm putting in some variations because they have branches, you know, they're not perfect ovals.
Annie, I have microns. Does it matter which one I use? 08, 01, 2?
Nope, whichever one you like.
Okay, thank you.
I switch back and forth. Right now I'm using the bigger one. I'm using a 1 so that you guys can see it because sometimes I use the half, but then it's harder to see because it's a smaller thingy. I call these scribble trees. All my trees that I do for architectural work, I call them scribbles because you see how I'm just kind of scribbling. Wow, 3 arborvitaes. That was fast and easy, wasn't it?
Yes.
If you don't like your arborvitaes, do them again. You can probably look out your window and look at your arborvitaes while you do this because we all have them in the yard. We all use them to feed the deer, whether we want to or not. And I'm going to do it again because so I did 3 ovals and now I'm going to scribble in with my pen the 3 more arborvitaes. See what I mean? It's just scribbling. Keeping the basic oval shape, a few layers here and there. That was fun. I like scribbling. Scribbling is just so much fun, don't you think?
Yes.
And it's just so easy. Anybody can do this, you know, it's just, I don't know. I just simplify everything to the point of anybody can do it always. Okay, so you guys want to hold, I'm going to go and switch to gallery view. And yeah, okay, so now I see everyone. And some of you don't have your cameras on. Harry, Annette, and Carrie don't have your cameras on. Feel free to turn your cameras on. And hold them up in front of the camera so we can all see how you did on these. Oh, Agnes, that's awesome. Oh my God, look at Carol. Oh my God, you guys, patience, that's brilliant. You guys are geniuses. I love this. Let's see you, Mary. Hold that sucker up.
Easy. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see Mary. I see Harry. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, Harry did another tree as well. Okay,
Me too.
excellent.
Share content.
No, you just have to turn your cameras on.
Just hold your paper up, Florence.
Yeah, just hold your paper
Yeah,
up.
is my camera on?
Yeah, I see you, Florence.
You do.
I see your face.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes, you did an excellent job. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. You guys did excellent. I'm proud of you guys. Wow, you really nailed this already. Well, I mean, it's just so much fun and so easy to do. So while you guys want to draw the next one, or you want to paint this one real fast? Do you have your paints out
Yes, yes.
and your water and your brushes?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and put some paint on our first 6 trees. Depending on how big you drew them is going to depend on what brush you use. Mine are that big. I don't know, what's that, about 5 inches. I didn't do too big. So I'm thinking either this or, yeah, that would work better. Or this is always good. So I'm holding in my hand a Kolinsky 8, a Kolinsky 10, and a squirrel 0 or a squirrel 2. You know, my 2 and my 0 are about the same size. They're pretty close in size, either one. I'm thinking the 8 might actually be too small. Let me put that back.
Oh, heaven.
This one. Oh, this is a good one. I haven't used that one in a while. Let me use that brush. So I'm using a 12 Kolinsky. I'm gonna get it nice and wet in my water, shake out the excess. And I've got all of my paints here. You know, color doesn't matter. It's all about value. Color is meaningless. You want a light and you want a dark. You want to use at least 2 colors so you have 2 values, a change in color as well as change in value. You can use 2 greens, but I don't actually have a lot of green on my palette. I have that green that moves. Oh, gosh, I'm so brain dead today. Well, I use sap green sometimes, green gold, and I use green gold a lot. Otherwise, the most of my greens are just mixtures of various yellows and various blues. I use a lot of yellow ochre. When I want a really dark green, I'll use indigo and a yellow ochre because that gives me a really dark green. If I want a lighter green, I'll use a lighter blue and a lighter yellow. So I'm going to start. Each cluster will be 2 combinations. I don't, because these are 3 trees together here. So I want to use all the same colors. I don't want to use a different color on each tree because this is a cluster. And then this is a different cluster. So I'll use some different colors. So I'll start with making a warm set of trees. So when I think of warm, close to me set, I want to use warm colors. So I'm thinking New Gamboge or for a yellow ochre or quinacridone gold or cadmium yellow medium and for my yellows, and then or Indian yellow even. And then for my blues, I want to use warm blues. So I'm thinking indigo, indanthrene, manganese, cerulean. Those are warm blues. Cobalt is kind of in between. So any of those. Did I say warm? Yeah, warm. So I'm going to start with a little New Gamboge here. And I'm just going to smear some on there in a few spots on each tree. Okay, now I'm going to dip my brush, clean it out, and a warm blue. I'm going to pick up my indigo. And there we go, indigo. Mix it in a little bit more with the yellow. So, and then where I want, I have this overlap, so I'm going to have a little shadow right here. I'll just go a little darker here. And then drag it down. And then I'm going to ground them. Gosh, 3 arbor vitaes in a row. I'm going to give you guys a second. And then we'll move on to the next one. Now, like I said, you don't have to use the exact colors that I just used, but think of a warm yellow and a warm blue.
Nah.
Nah? Okay, and now I'm going to move on to the next one using the same brush. I'm going to move on to these trees. I'm going to make this cluster cooler. So I'm going to use a cooler yellow and a cooler blue. So I'm looking, I think I have cadmium yellow light here, or a lemon yellow. And gosh, I got a lot of crust on my paints here. Need to clean that palette. Cadmium yellow light and or it could be lemon, yellow jaune. And I think I'm going to use this cobalt right next to it because that's a fairly cool, it's kind of a neutral blue. Ultramarine, I'll use the ultramarine, that's very cool. So I'm going to start with my light yellow. I'm not being real careful to stay within the lines because, well, I don't want to. Staying within the lines for wusses. And I'm going to use this ultramarine. And I'm letting the colors mix. I'm overlapping a little bit so they mix on the paper. And then I'm going to pick up a little bit more ultramarine and do the shadow here where the 2 trees overlap. And that's not quite dark enough. So I'm actually, like I said, you 2 or 3 colors. I wouldn't go more than, well, might have to go more than 3, but I'm going to pick up a little bit of this violet just to darken it right here because violet is still cool. So just to darken my overlap, I'm going to add a little bit of violet. It's still going to read has green overall, kind of like that guy, is it Serault, who did the pointillism, put the the yellow dot next to the blue dot and did a pointillism so that you read it has a different color. Okay, so and then drag these down. Again, we have a nice grounding. Always put the shadow underneath because that grounds them. Otherwise, they just don't look like trees. As soon as you put the ground in, then they become trees.
Correct.
So you guys are very quiet. Does anybody have any questions yet? Everybody doing okay? I don't believe you. Gosh, I sure made a mess. Everybody should be about done with that. Does anybody still need time on that one? That was a simple little project.
Ready.
Okay, are you guys ready to hold them up, or do you want to move on to the next one and hold this up and let it dry more? Oh, Agnes, go ahead, go ahead. Let me see. Let me see, hold it steady, and that looks good.
Okay. I like the first one better because I think I did it quicker.
The second one, okay, so the second one is which one? The one on,
It has ultramarine and cad yellow. The one on this side is the one that I putzed with it a little bit.
uh-huh.
And this one was just real, just I laid it down and that was it. So.
I think they both look good. I mean, it's hard. I think they're both good.
Okay, okay.
Mary?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mary, I'm looking at yours.
Okay.
Point to your first one.
First one was this one.
I like your second one better. The
Yeah,
first one, a little bit too much water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your second one is way gorgeous. I mean, I do like the shape though of both of them, and you did a gorgeous job of grounding them. Okay. Carol, show me what you got.
They're not dark enough.
Oh, no, but you did a fabulous job of mixing those colors. And actually, it's okay that they're not dark enough. You don't always have to have the exact same colors and values as me, because I still see a good value change in yours. Even though they're a lot lighter than mine, you still have the proper value change. So it's fine. You're good.
Thank you.
Florence or Patience, how are you guys doing?
I'm doing all right. Mine's a little
Ooh.
wet.
Oh,
So
let
I'm
me
not
see.
sure.
I'm looking at
I think
Patience.
I'm doing it too wet as usual.
Okay, hold on a second, Florence. Let's look at Patience here. Patience, oh my God, they are brilliant. I like them both. I see great. I can really tell the difference between your warm and your cool. Absolute genius. And your variation on values is awesome. I like that you left nice big areas of variation and value. And you also did a little bit on your warm one. I can see more of a definition between the trees. Your cool one, not so much, but on your warm one, yeah, really excellent job. Okay, Florence, pick yours up now.
It's a little wet, a
Okay.
little too wet.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yep, too much water.
Yep.
Yep. You're working, you can work a little bit larger too. Yours are kind of small, which makes it harder. Go a little bit, you have a big sheet of paper.
Okay.
Your tree's twice as big. Harry,
All
how
right,
you
Annie.
doing there, Harry?
Thank you, Annie.
Excellent. Well, Harry's done trees before. I can see that. Wait a second. Put it back up there, Harry, a second. Which one, and I'm gonna, point to the one which is your warm and point to the one which is your cool, because I can't, point to your warm one. I can't quite see.
This is a cool, that's the warm.
Okay. Okay, put him back up again. Cool. I don't, yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of orangey in your cool one, or I'm not too sure which one is warm and cool. They both look warm to me.
Okay,
So maybe
by nature.
You're a warm guy, huh? Yeah. But they both look great. You did a great value change and a great color change as well. Changing up the color is so important. And Carrie and Annette, are you guys not going to join us? Come on, turn your cameras on.
Annette may not be there.
Oh, that's right. She had to go somewhere. How about Carrie? I'm going to unmute.
How
Carrie.
to change my screen so that you can see me. Somehow I think I set it up wrong in the beginning and now I'm not sure. Let's see. Maybe I can figure it out. I don't know, but share. Oh, I just saw something that says share, so let me try that.
No, not share.
No. Not share, huh? Okay, that's what I'm doing it.
You want to go to, on the bottom, move your cursor to the bottom of your screen.
Okay,
You'll see the buttons across the bottom. It'll say mute and then stop video, and then security, participant, blah, blah, blah. You'll see this
oh,
button.
down in the right-hand corner?
Well, depending on your device. You see a
okay.
series of buttons?
Yes,
Microphone and a video camera?
I think so. It's a Chromebook and it's new to me. I've only used it a few times, so I might not be doing the right thing.
No, you're fine. Okay, if it's on a Chromebook, it's probably going to be on the bottom.
Okay.
Look for the symbol that looks like a video camera and click on it.
Okay, now I went out completely. Oh shoot. Okay, now let me go back. Oh shoot. Now I lost you completely.
Well, we still hear you, so you're still here.
Okay. I'm trying to get back in. Oh gosh. Let's see.
Are you there? You still with us?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
All right.
Okay. I don't have you on the screen anymore, so I'm going to have to try to figure that out. So I don't want to hold you up, so I'll keep working on it if you want to continue.
I'm going to continue. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you again while you figure out your new Chromebook.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. So I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to go back to Galaxy Speaker View. And, oops. Okay, so going back to another one, let me put another sheet of paper. So we did very well on the Arbor Vitae's. Let's do deciduous trees. Let's draw a couple of deciduous trees. Think oak, maple trees, sycamore, your basic, deciduous trees, big, these kind of guys. Now, so the basic shape of a deciduous tree, generally, basically, is we have a big circle-ish shape, a big round shape, or it can be oval. It can be oval this way, vertical oval. It can be horizontal oval. It can be a circle. It can be slightly egg-shaped. That's your basic shape with a trunk. And think also of clouds. Each individual shape is kind of a cloud shape. And actually, maybe I should move to shrubbery first. Yeah, shrubbery first, then trees. So here's another one of these architectural things. So when I do shrubbery, I do these little cloud shapes, just, kind of squiggly clouds. And I'm going to do one very quickly for you. Imagine a bush. Think azalea or something that's not blooming, just a shrubbery bush. and maybe another one overlapping it. Maybe there's 2 bushes. And now I'll pin them in. So these are kind of cloud shapes, I call them. Like if you were not, you know, an experienced artist doing a cloud, but think of a child drawing a cloud. That's the kind of the shape that I think of shrubbery. Foundation plantings like you all would have around the base of your house. Lots of little squiggles like that. Okay, so now I have these bushes, right? Off behind it. If I'm doing a tree, I would use these individual bush shapes and just putting them together to make a tree. Tree, maybe this one kind of big. Overlap a few. Trunk. Put a few branches up. So there's, I have a tree. I'm inking it in. So I've got that basic shrubbery shape. And now I'm just squiggling in my tree shape.
Neat.
Now, again, I'm not drawing every individual leaf, but you know, the squiggly effect is kind of giving the effect of leaves. And I'm not following my lines. I drew it very dark in pencil so that you would see it. But I don't follow those pencil lines. You know, I just a guide. So, simple tree. Add a few branches if I need to. Now, okay, so I'm going to set this aside. I'll do the shrubbery first. Yeah, same brush again. I'm using this number 12. I think I've told you before in these workshops, I always use really, really good brushes. When I first started painting, I used synthetic brushes, and I did for like 20 years. I used nothing but synthetics. They're cheap and they serve my purpose. Then as I became more experienced, I learned to minimalized my brush strokes, to not dip as often into my paint and water, to try and make every brush stroke count and go further. And if I use a synthetic brush, it doesn't hold as much fluid, so I'm constantly having to re-dip, and it gives the impression sometimes of being overworked. If I use a natural hair brush, such as a Kolinsky or a squirrel, it holds a lot more fluid. So I'm using less brush strokes because every brush stroke holds more fluid, more paint, more pigment, and more water. So it makes the painting look more fresh and spontaneous. It's harder to get that look with a synthetic brush because it just doesn't hold as much fluid. So I'm going to start with this. Again, I'm going to use I'll start with a medium blue and I'm going to use the cobalt blue this time, and that lemon yellow again. So I'll start with the lemon. I will start with my lightest colors first. It's something that you learn, you know, when you're young in art school, is always start with watercolor. With oils, you do the opposite, but with watercolor, your lightest colors first. So I'll add that in. And then I'm going to pick up some cobalt right on top of it. And mix that in. I don't want to cover up all the yellow, but I do want to pick up enough that it's, I do want to hit that yellow enough that it blends to a green on the paper, but leave some of it yellow. Now I am going to pick up a third color on this one because I do want to ground it, and both the colors that I used were not dark enough. So I'm going to pick up sepia. I love sepia. There's sepia. Sepia is a very dark brown. It's one of my favorite colors. It's kind of a grayish dark brown. And while it's wet, I'm just going to smear that in and see how that adds a nice shadow to it. But it also grounds my bushes. So, okay, so now I have shrubbery. Very fast and very simple. I'll wash that brush out and I'll set that aside. And I won't set it too far. I'll set it right there. And I'll bring this tree down. Here we go. Now for this tree, I'll use greens again, you know, yellows and blues. And like I said, you can use green. I have some greens on my palette. I could use some green. Instead of using a yellow, this time I am going to pick up a green. I have a color here called Chrome Green Light. I'll put it on the paper there. It's a very light color, as you can see. It's light and it's cool, and it dries almost like a light yellow. So I'll go ahead and put some of that in there. And then I'll pick up, gosh, you know, I just love indigo. I'm going to pick up some indigo again. Oh yeah, indigo. And I'll smear some indigo in there. And it's a little bit too dark, so I'm going to pick up some water. I left some of the white of the paper show through. So now you can really see the tree shape here. And I'm going to pick up some of this, this sepia because I don't want a green trunk because it's kind of close. So I'm going to pull that in. Darker on the side. Voila, one tree. Now, remember I said sometimes I use salt or drops of water to create blooms. So I have a wet brush now, I just cleaned it. I'll put a few drops of water on there and let that bloom out because that always looks cool on foliage. Actually, I can bloom on this one too. Blooms only work if the painting is damp. If your painting is dry, it won't bloom. And if it's wet, it won't bloom. It's introducing water to damp. Wet into damp makes a bloom. My brush is wet. The paper is damp. wet into damp makes a bloom. So I'm starting to get a bloom here, a little bit of a bloom there. I'll put another one in.
Found these two things that I think people need to save, so I would know if get another washer or something, so.
Hmm.
You have it, how's that?
Okay, Carrie, I see you. Did I not see you before? Now I see you. Right, you're good now. And I see Dana. Dana, thank you for joining us.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm late. I slept. Forgot to set my alarm.
Ah. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my view here, speaker. There we go. That's all right, you can catch up easily
Good.
because this is really easy stuff. Okay, so you guys see these blooms now happening where I drop the fresh water into my paint. There's a bloom here. I dropped some water here as well. Actually, I'll pick that up to the camera. This way. Barely see some blooms. They will be more pronounced when it dries. Right now it's wet. So when this becomes much drier, as this dries, you'll see these blooms really pop out.
Annie, do you ever do trees without the drawing, without the squigglies, or is that too much?
Yes. Okay. So what I'm doing today, well, I always draw. I never paint without drawing because this is watercolor. If I'm painting in oils or acrylics, that's different. I'll paint with my brush. But with watercolors, I always do a pencil drawing.
Okay.
However, I am using the pen on these, and if I'm doing like for a plein air competition, no, I will not use the pen. But I
Okay.
will still draw it like that with a pencil.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if I can find an example.
Yeah.
Here's an example of a variety of trees that I did. This is Audubon's house at that farm.
Beautiful.
And I think I don't remember it was spring or fall, but every one of these trees, you can't see the pencil marks anymore, but I did draw them in,
Okay.
every one of them, and then came back and erased them afterwards. But every detail of the house is drawn as well. I don't paint that good that I can just paint without a drawing. But with the pencil, you just don't notice it. You know, I can pull them out later.
Right.
Here, I find it works really well teaching a workshop to do it in pen because you guys can see it so much easier.
We can see it, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to show you while I have this. I'll show you a little trick. I don't know if you guys saw me do this trick before. I'm going to hold this up to the camera so you can see. Look at the windows. See how I did the mullions on those windows? See how nice and bright and perfectly straight little
Right.
lines there?
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you my trick. Ta-da! A
Oh,
white
White
gel
pen.
pen.
That's great.
These things are fabulous. I'll show you on something dark here how well that covers. Oops. Well, that one's out of ink. But do you see that white line I just drew on that tree?
Yes.
These things are fabulous. This is a different brand, but yeah, these things are great. I always carry these white gel pens with me when I go in my plein air kits. And actually, I give them out in my plein air workshops. Like when we go to France in June, everyone will get from me a sketchbook about this size, a commemorative sketchbook, and they'll also get one of these pens and one of these pens, because, you know, with a couple of colors, then that's all you need to do fast and easy sketching everywhere. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to come to France with me, I still have 2 spaces open. It's next June, and we're going to Brittany, France, to see my friend Yves Marie, who is the director of Sennelier, and he's going to show us around. We'll be going through his factories. He has the Sennelier factory, which is paints and colors, but also the Raphael brush and the Isabey brush companies, and they're all in Brittany. So we'll be painting there in France with him and going to his factory. So if anybody is interested, the information's on my website. I have 2 spaces left. Okay, so you guys ready? Actually, before we hold that up, let's do another one with different colors, because we need to do fall.
Okay.
So I'm going to set these aside and we'll do fall. Did I have another sheet of paper? No, get another sheet of paper. So I'm going to do that tree again. Actually, I'll do 2 of them here side by side. I said, you know, you start with your basic shape. I'll draw that basic shape. There we are. And then add my little cloud shapes of foliage. Into that basic shape. This is just a guideline, and put a trunk on it. Just as a guideline. Oops. And I'll do another one right here. And a trunk. So if I'm doing, and I'll do this one without the pen. If I'm doing fall colors, again, real easy to think of fall colors. My fall colors are warm. Think of orange and yellow and red. I think I have some fall colors in this sample. Yeah, here's a fall color. So that actually might be quinacridone gold and a muddy green, grayish green. Here I have cadmium orange and some green and some sepia. This green is probably sap green. This green is probably palette mud. You know how fond I am of palette mud. Some more fall colors here. A little bit of red, a little bit more yellow, just taking my basic tree colors and just adding a little bit of red. So I've got my lemon yellow or Hansa yellow or cadmium light, you know, a cool yellow. I've added a little bit of red to it here and there. And for, it looks like a indigo. And I've added a little bit of red. So in places it turned violet. And here, again, a little bit of a fall color, a little bit more, again, of an orangey yellow. And then adding my blues and greens around it. Is that all I got for fall color? Yeah. Ooh. Fall color again. So my yellows here on the edges, some greens.
Too much.
And then a little bit of red. Again, this is all done wet into wet. Some red, some yellow, and then brought some greens into it. So we'll do another one. Let me pick up This brush, yeah, we'll use this one again. Picking up some yellows, and I want to think of like warm yellows. And I've got some, I'd have to pull this out to see exactly what reds they are, but I've got some warm reds here. Think of burnt sienna, reds like that, nice warm colors. Brownish reds. There, that one's a little too brown. There's a nice red. Let's put some yellow in there first though. Yellow ochre, do I have yellow ochre out? Yeah, I've got some yellow ochre here I can smush around. And then I'm going to pick up some green. I'm actually, rather than mix a green, I'm going to pick up a little bit of green because my tree still has some green in it. So this is some, no, not enough. Green gold. And it's not dark enough. You can see there's no value change. That was a bad choice because my yellow, my red, and my green were all the same value. So I need to spice this up by doing a value change. So I'm actually going to pick up my indigo, get it dark. Now I'm going to come in with my yellow, warm yellow, orange. This is an orange. This is a cadmium orange. And I'm going to red it up with some warm red here. I'm not too sure just what the color is. Go. Cadmium orange. And then put a trunk on here, pick up a dark. And ground it. So now I have a deciduous tree in fall colors. Now this is really wet at this point.
Hello? Hello? Yes, this is she. I'm taking the class. I'm sorry. I can't talk long.
Okay, let's get back to this now. Okay, so I'm going to get back to this. When it dries a little bit, then I can pull out some branches. Well, maybe I can do it now. I'm going to pick out a thirsty brush. Oh, this is a good thirsty brush. This is a synthetic. This is a flat. It is a synthetic though, but it holds a nice edge. It's a flat. And to make it thirsty, I'm going to make it damp because a dry brush won't pick up, but a damp brush will. A wet brush will go the wrong way. So I'm picking up, using the edge of this brush, I'm going to pull out a few branches.
Oh, that looks nice.
Now it's still very wet, so some of my branches aren't going to come out because it needs to be damp to pick up. And I'm wiping the paint off. I have a paper towel in this hand, and so I'm just wiping it in between. So that's kind of fun, putting in a few branches. And now my brush has got the paint that I've been picking up on it, so I can come in here and put a few darker branches in it. I'm not dipping it in paint. I'm still using just what I picked up. And we'll call that one done. That was fun. That was easy. Maybe put a branch right there. Now remember, if it's too wet, you can't pick up. It needs to be damp. If it's too dry, you can't pick up either. You'll have to scrub a little bit more. Like I'm gonna this one up now. This is fairly dry, and using the same brush, I'm gonna wash it out. Again, damp, so I'm gonna take the excess water out of it so that it's damp. And using the edge of the brush, I can pick up, but I have to scrub a little bit more. And I can pull a branch out. Pull a branch out here. A lot to get it really going. So I'm able to pick up some branches, but not as much because it is dry. But I can also go in and add darks. I'll add some of that color into it now again. I can add a few dark branches as well using the edge of this flat brush.
Do I know you? Oh, no, well, let me buy you. Okay, well, let me buy you.
Okay.
And if it starts to go again, I'll just call you.
Yeah, I just saw one drip in the last 2 minutes.
That's fine. But if you would recognize if you go buy a replacement, call and say.
Well, I think it's just a standard three pole. I don't know if you like the two, because we had the one.
You know, very complicated.
Okay.
Well, what will be the example?
One has just the one center, like you need to ever replace it.
Just the one thing.
Yeah, if you get a go like a Delta or Mullen, it's gonna last.
No, I think it's longer charge.
Yeah.
Mine's- Yeah, too.
Thank you so much. Bye. Have a good day. Thanks again.
Okay, so back to that. Now I can go ahead and do this other tree. Yeah, we'll do this one real fast too. So I have another tree drawn here. I'm going to do it again, again with fall colors, but I'll use some different colors. I'm going to go a little bit lighter, so I'll pick up. Ooh, I'm going to use that new gamboge. That's a nice fall color. New gamboge is a nice warm yellow, almost orangey, depending on how intense you use it. Very much like Indian yellow. And then I'm going to pick up something. Well, actually, I do have an orange here. This might be cadmium orange. Oh, that's really hideously bright. I don't want that. Oh my God, that was awful. Bad choice. Bad, bad, bad. Let's see what this one is. Okay, this looks like the same color, a different palette. Let's try something. Let's see what this one does. That's too pink. Let's try this one. All right, now I have another brownish red. And then I do want to have a third color in this one. Actually, I'm gonna, what if I put in sepia? What will that look like? That's not too bad. A little bit of sepia doesn't hurt. But I think a little bit of green would be better. Ah, here we go. And then I'm going to pick up a nice dark off my palette here. That one, that's not good. Let's see what that is. And just come down here with a trunk. You know, trunks are never really brown, are they? They're more of a grayish color, I found. So gray this down with a little bit of black, if I can pull some up. And a few darks. Now, I mean, it doesn't look like a tree, like I said, until you put the ground in. So I'm just going to drag some of this down and ground it. Now it has that tree look. So neither one of these, I did the ink on them, but they still read just as much of a tree as the one that has the ink. You don't see the ink, that's all, but you still, you know, sometimes I go outside the edges, pick up a little bit of the color, any of the color, and just take it outside. A few little things that, so it doesn't have that that perfectly round shape. You don't want that perfect round shape. Even though I start with a round shape or a round shape or an egg shape or an oval shape, elliptical shape, I don't stick to it. You have to kind of vary the edges because trees have a variety of edges. And then every now and then take a few outside the edge. I'm gonna set that brush down to dry and pick up my thirsty brush again and see if I can pull in, it's damp. See if I can pull a few branches through. A little too damp, so my branches are filling in again with water. Maybe have one coming off the trunk here. All right, and then we'll let that dry before we move on to something new. So what do you guys think? Any questions yet?
They look beautiful.
Well, of course they do. I'm an expert.
I think for me, the trick is having too much or too little water. Getting that
Okay.
right mix of water so that when it dries, it's not really too light.
Ah, that is a trick. And that's you know, that takes practice with everything. That's just a matter of practice. So I'm happy with both of these fall trees. Both are a little bit on the brown side, but all right. It just depends on what colors you use. Like I say, it's not about the color so much as it is about the value, darks and lights. And even if they were real light, like that one that Carol showed at the very beginning that she did was kind of light, but she had such good value transition still. Her lights, between her lights and darks, that even though her darks were still light, it was strong enough a value change that it still looked great. So it's all about the values. Value change.
Hmm.
I'm going to give you guys another minute and then I'm going to go on to the next one.
Should we be painting now? I think I've had someone here working in my kitchen. Should I be painting now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Better get work.
Agnes, I want to, you better have a couple of fall trees when I come back to you.
I'm going to. I know I will.
Okay, so to recap on the fall trees, fall colors, warm yellows, orange, brown, and even warm greens, and don't forget your darks. You don't always have to use the colors that you think that you see. You can use violets for your dark. You can use a dark violet. You can use indigo. You can use sepia. It's all about the value, not so much, you have to have the color, yes, but think values, dark and light. All right, I'm going to set that aside to dry. And we'll come back to it in a little bit. We'll go on to pine trees. I love pine trees. Pine trees are just so much fun. And, we have a lot of pine trees around here. Everyone can probably look out their window right now and look at a pine tree.
Yes.
We all have, now in my yard, I have the spruce. I guess there's some kind of spruce, with the big flowy branches like these, these, but they're gigantic trees. And then I also have one cypress tree out front, which I absolutely hate because that thing is such a mess. And then there's the white pines, which are a long leaf pine, a long needle pine. So they don't have this shape so much. They have more of a this shape, more like the cypress tree, as opposed to the big pines have this shape or that shape. Our southern pines in the south, you have the long leaf pines, the kind I use for timber and plywood and pulp, and they have this shape because they'll be long trunks, perfectly straight for timber, with just a bunch of branches at the very top. Not they won't have this conical shape that these spruces have. So let me set these other paintings aside and move on to a pine tree. So I've got a couple of samples here. Here's another sample of a pine. Sometimes the branches go upwards, sometimes they come downwards. Like, this is that Christmas tree shape, but then the trees around here are more like this shape. The branches sweep down a little bit.
Pretty.
So you have, for these local pines, basically a conical shape. Think of a cone. I'm going to draw 3 of them. We'll do this 3 times. See the 3 triangles? Basic, that's your basic shape. And then from there, it's, you know, you have this shape. The branches either sweep up or they sweep down. Either they can sweep down or they can sweep up. And I'm going to ink these so that they're easier to see. Notice I'm not drawing every individual branch. I'm just giving the illusion of the sweepingness of it, you know, the shape. Just a few squiggles to show the shape. And then this one, hold that up so you can see it better. So I'm not drawing the branches. Like I said, I don't draw the individual leaves. I'm fast. I'm lazy. Some people draw little leaves and just they look fabulous and drew these. You know, I see these paintings and art shows where people will spend days on a painting and do these fabulous, detailed drawings and paintings. And not me. I'm lazy. I want to get done. I want to go have lunch, you know, and go watch TV and other things. Now this one, I'm going to do the branches sweeping down. So a slightly different shape. Actually, I should have done the last one.
Down is harder to do.
If you need to, look out your window. Because like I said, we all have these trees. I don't have any in my front yard, so I don't see them out this window. Well, I'd have to lean in like so. Yeah, then I can see my neighbors. I have these in my backyard. I'll draw a little slower so you can watch. I tend to draw fast. And notice, to give the illusion of a branch coming towards me.
Down, I can't.
Yeah, to give the illusion of a branch coming towards me, just don't even think about it. Just don't try and do the detail, because you'll get lost in detail and you'll never get it right. And then up towards the top, a few of them, they kind of even out, they kind of flatten out at the top. So branches going up, branches going down. The third one I haven't decided yet. It'll be whichever one you think you need to practice more. So which one do you need to practice more? Branches up or branches down?
Down.
Down?
Down is,
I heard a couple of downs. Okay, so I'm going to do another down.
just can't draw the down.
So there is a branch. Not only does it sweep down like so, but then it's got the bottom is kind of jagged like this. You know what I mean? Because you're seeing the little tendrils coming off the branch. And in the center, you see them on either side.
Mine looks like a corn stalk. I don't know.
Well, this takes a lot of practice though.
Ooh.
Because it's just scribbling, you know, it's not like we're looking at something, we're just kind of scribbling it in. And then, like I said, as we get up here, it kind of flattens out.
No way.
Oh yeah, they gotta have trunks. The trunks can be long or short, depending on how many branches you cut off the bottom of your tree. Ah, no, I heard that sigh. That sounded painful. Adding, you know, like I said, adding that ground in makes all the difference. It really, they didn't look like trees until I did this. This made it look like a tree. Now for these guys, I'll set that sample there. I have this other sample. You know, what paper you use will also make a difference. I'm using cold press. If you use a rough paper, you're going to get more of a texture to it. I think this was a rougher paper here. So I have a lot more texture going on. On a cold press paper, I have less texture going on. And of course, on a hot press paper, no texture. So what paper you use does make a huge difference in this. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pick up a slightly smaller brush. I had been using that number 12. I'm going to go to a number 8, maybe, or 10. What's this one? This is number 8. Yeah, this looks, yeah, no, I'm going to go with the 8 to do these. So let's see. They're a little bit bluer. I'm thinking, I'm going to start with yellow. So I have here lemon. Gosh, that's a very bright lemon. And actually, I'm going to mix a green. So I'm going to pick up some of this lemon here and mix it here on my scrap. And I'm going to mix it with, let's see what happens when I mix it with this. Oh, that looks hideous. I'm going to mix it with that. That was indigo. It's that was a little bit too muddy. Indigo just makes a muddy, more of an opaque, because it is an opaque pigment, a very opaque color. Well, if I go with that indigo, yeah. Okay, so here I've got indigo and some lemon yellow. So I'm gonna hold my brush and I'm just gonna go
Hmm.
Just dancing back and forth. Pick up a little bit of indigo. Going back and forth. Here's some of that yellow. Pick up a little bit more.
Mm.
I'm going back and forth between the lemon yellow and the indigo. And I started at the top and I'm working my way down. And I'm keeping that basic shape that I had drawn in with the pen. I need some more darks right here in the middle, so I'm going to pick up some of that indigo again. A little bit too much light shining through in the middle here. More dark. There we go. And come down here with the trunk. Okay, so there's one of the pine trees. Go ahead and give that a try if you haven't painted along with me. Go ahead and give that sucker a try. I'm going to wash out my brush while you guys are doing that. Oh, I'm going to wash out my brush, and while it's damp, this is that one I did a minute ago. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can bloom it. Drop some water on it and set it aside. It might be too dry. So this one was that we just did. This pine tree was just two colors, lemon yellow and indigo.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that sound. That sounds like fresh.
Having trouble with the green. I mean,
okay, so what colors are you mixing?
The yellow and I only have Hooker's green.
Hooker's green. What do you have for blues?
Cobalt or ultramarine.
Well, you can use
or phthalo.
Or what was the last one?
Phthalo.
Phthalo. Oh, well, now phthalo, I never used phthalo, but go ahead, knock it out. Use the phthalo, because phthalo will give you, phthalo and that lemon yellow will give you a phthalo blue, right? That's going to give you a nice green. I don't even think I have phthalo on my palette because I hate it that much. But it's going to give you a really nice green, and it's going to be very transparent because phthalo is a very transparent color. Let's see if I can find some phthalo or something close to phthalo. This might be phthalo. I mix that. Let's see, phthalo. So there's, plus phthalo is a very intense pigment, so you can go very dark with it. It can give you a nice dark. So here I've got some phthalo and some lemon yellow. Look at that nice green there. It does give you a nice green. And like I said, it's very intense. If you use enough of phthalo, you can get nice and dark.
Okay.
I don't think I have any phthalo anywhere. That might be phthalo. Oh yeah, that's phthalo. Yeah. Hate that color. Just something about phthalo. I just hate it. But it just, it will go dark. Phthalo and yellow, nice and dark. The reason I don't use phthalo is because it's so heavily staining. So once you put it
like
down,
it.
yeah, you can't ever lift it. And I make mistakes, so I like to be able to lift my colors, lift my mistakes, remove my mistakes. The other thing is I'm kind of sloppy, and if you get phthalo on anything, it's, you know, on your floor, on your clothes, it's so permanent. It's like having it's like a tattoo. You can never remove it. So I gave up phthalo a long, long time ago. But that's not to say it's not bad. It's just my personal preference. Okay, so you guys should be done with your first pine here with the upswept branches. Now I'm going to do, and this is so easy, I'm going to do it again. Here it is here. I did it again with the downswept, doing the downswept this time. So I have two of them. And phthalo, I'm going to go ahead and mix up that damn phthalo. God, I hate that color. So I'm going to mix that up here. Such an intense color. Now, if I mix phthalo with a different, what's this one? Let's see what happens if I mix it with that. Okay, so I'm mixing my phthalo now with a cadmium yellow medium, or is it dark? It's either medium or dark. It's this one, kind of orangey. It's not too opaque. So I've got my phthalo and my orangey yellow here, kind of a cad medium. And I'm going to go ahead and do this one. Oh, this one is down. So just keeping that shape, pick up a little bit more of the phthalo. There we go. See how nice and dark that phthalo is making this? It is a nice dark color. Pick up some of this yellow. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more yellow. So you can still see, branches sweeping up, branches sweeping down. I didn't paint within the lines, but I just used those lines as a guide to show me which direction to go and what shape to maintain. Oh yeah, I gotta do a trunk. Pick up something here. Okay, so everybody is doing the downswept branches.
Yes.
Good, 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 good. And it's like 11:45. What do you guys think of stopping at 12 o'clock for a 30-minute break, lunch break? Does that sound good for everybody?
Sounds good.
Yes,
All right, good. Everybody can go grab something to eat, go take a potty break, and for 30 minutes, I'll leave the camera on, and everybody can turn their vocals on, turn their microphone on, and chat and whatever for 30 minutes. But in the meantime, I will do this other down swept tree while we still have about 12 minutes left before lunch. So I'm gonna let's pick some different colors again. Where's my color chart? Sap green. Got sap green. Okay, so now I'm picking up some sap green. I know which color because I pull out my color chart so I can see what I'm doing. I'm picking up some sap green. Oh wow, that's really bright. I'm still going to use it because I already got it out. And but it's too green, so I need to pull out a blue to use with it. Not that one. Okay, so I've got some sap green and some cobalt blue that I'm going to mix up now for the next tree. I've got a lot of different paints here. This time, you know, I've got Winsor Newton, I've got Sennelier, I've got Graham. This palette here is Mission. Some sap green and some cobalt blue. These Mission colors are suspicious. I don't know what they are. I mean, they say sap green and cobalt blue, but they are very vibrant. Look at this, it's almost a hooker's green. It's such a vibrant green. And this is another downward branch tree. So I'm keeping my brush stroke, keeping my brush going in a downward motion, even though these branches are overlapping. Wash that brush out. I'm thinking, not much of a value change there. So I'm going to pick up some of this lemon yellow, add a few little spots of it just to lighten a few values here and there. And then for the trunk, let me add a few more dark shades. I was using cobalt for my dark. Okay, and then a little bit. For the trunk, let's pick up a nice dark blackish, just pick up some, I think I have Mars black or ivory black, just some random black. You know, people say, oh, you shouldn't use black in watercolor. Yeah, I use everything. I use white. I use a lot of different things. Okay, tree number 3 is done. You can really see the difference in the upswing branches here, upswept, and the downswept. And it's just a matter of brush direction. You know, in the sample that I showed earlier, they're lateral, they're just flat. But here we did more of an angle, either up or down. So I'm going to go ahead. It is 5 minutes to 12, but I'm going to go ahead and call it lunch break time. And so everybody can go to the bathroom, go have lunch, whatever. In the meantime, I'm going to lay these in front of the camera, and then I'm just going to walk away from it so that you guys can, if you want to look at them during your lunch break, you can.
Or they're beautiful trees.
This is most of what we did. I still have a couple of here, the first couple of ones. Not quite going to fit. Now I'm out of camera room. Okay, we'll just leave those out. Well, actually, we didn't do these in class. I'll put this tree over it.
Huh. Very nice.
So let's have lunch, and then when we get done with lunch, you all everybody's paintings will be dried, and we'll do a show and tell real fast after lunch, where everybody, I want to critique time, and then we'll move on to more trees. So see you in a little bit.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, I can come. We're done.
Huh?
We're taking a break.
What's next?
Okay, thank you very much.
Aha.
I didn't see.
What? Huh? Yeah, I did set my alarm.
Annie? Hello, Annie, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, it's Dana.
Hi, Dana. How are you?
Okay. One thing I have trouble with is when I'm doing a background with a lot of trees just in the background, differentiating the tree, so you can actually, because with the eye, you can see the different trees. But by the time I get a bunch of green on, you just see bunches of green.
Gotcha. So I'm going to pull out a couple of samples and we'll do that.
Great.
Remind me, we will do that after we do our show and tell.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, we still have to do that one too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You ready for show and tell, Carol?
I don't know. Not a couple of these, no.
That's okay. I usually feel like at least I can be the bottom bar, you know? And everybody else feels better about their work.
No,
So I serve a purpose, no matter how terrible they may be.
no.
We lost Debbie. We had her earlier, didn't we? Wasn't Debbie here earlier?
I haven't seen it.
Not when I was here.
Oh,
Oh.
maybe she never, I thought we had everybody earlier, but maybe we didn't have Debbie.
Oh, there's 4, okay.
Annie,
Mhm.
patience. I'm gonna have to leave at about 1:30. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay.
This was wonderful. And lots
Well,
of fun.
I'm going to try and save this and send you guys a link to it so
Oh,
that
good.
you'll have access to it for a month. I've not
Okay.
done that before on my end, so I don't know if I can do that, but that's my goal, is to save this online for you guys for a month, 1 month access. So
That's
I'll
great.
send you guys the link.
Thank
If I-
you.
If I, like I said, I never done it before, but I'm assuming it can't be too hard. I don't know, maybe it is.
Annie, this is Annette. I'm actually at a stop sign light right now. I haven't done anything this morning. I kind of watched you during the spinning thing, but I'm kind of listening right now. So just thought I'd mention that, and look,
Okay,
appreciate having the copy.
yeah, okay, well, dang, Annette, sorry you missed us, but I'll be sure and I'll figure out how to get this online so that you guys can get to it.
Yeah, Annette, Annette,
Yeah.
did you hear
Yes.
Annie talk about her trip to France?
I did not, but I know she does one every year, and I think I've been looking, and yeah.
Because the net might be good for you.
Annie, just to let you know, I do have a way that you might be able to send a large file to me. We do have, I do have a YouTube channel that I could put it on that just only people that had the right link could look at it, if that's helpful at all to you.
Okay, yeah,
just
I'll keep that in mind, yeah.
Okay.
That might work too. Yeah, because I don't know how all this, maybe I've not done it with limited access on YouTube, so I don't know how that works either.
Okay.
I don't know, I should
Well, just
know
letting you know that I might know some of it could help you.
Okay, thanks, Annette. I don't know where I'd be without people like Annette and Mary.
Oh,
Really?
please. Me too. If it weren't for Annette, we wouldn't be doing this today.
Yes,
And that is my go-to tech person.
techie person.
She is handy. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, before we get started, wash out your water.
What?
Wash out your water.
Yeah, change your
did
water
that.
if you need
Yeah.
to.
I
I
did
did.
change mine. It was so bad.
Mary, do you remember these rosemary tree brushes? They're
Oh,
circular.
yeah. In fact, I have one right here in my, well, I transfer my brushes around for whatever I'm using.
I couldn't find them in my box, and then I found one in the bottom of the bag.
Oh, did you?
What?
I'm missing one.
Can we see what it looks like? Mary?
It's circular.
Here it is.
Oh, wait a minute, over there.
What are we looking at?
It's-
Rosemary tree brush?
Rosemary, excuse me.
Yeah.
what is it called? Rosemary. Wait a minute. I don't have it right here. Yes, I do.
It's called
It's,
a wrap.
Rosemary and Company. She's an English company.
Mhm.
She makes a lot of different brushes, but this one was a tree brush. And it has like a hollow section in the middle.
Oh, yeah, like,
And it takes a little practice, but it works pretty well. So
yeah.
you
I,
can
Chief
get
Joe's
your
had something like that
brush
years
wet.
ago.
You don't want it too wet. And then I haven't used it in a while, so this will be a mess, but and then you can get your branches in or do this first, and then you can just kind of, can you see what I'm doing?
No.
You have to hold it up.
Oh, I have to hold it up. Never mind. I work with my granddaughter on Zoom and she can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I just did this. Wait, here.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now.
And now you just take your brush and turn it around and press down if you want more. And it's
I've got brushes that look like
a
that.
quick way of getting your leaves in if you're going to do leaves. So. Oh, that didn't turn out very well now that I'm looking at it from the front.
No, I get the idea though.
Yeah.
Who ordered those, Bonnie?
I'm sorry?
We had to get an order together big enough to order them. So a few of us.
Yeah, it was
together.
me. We got these and we got the well, I think we got eradicators, which are scrubbing brushes, but not like the really hard scrubbers. They're really great and they're very thin. This is one. So you can do really thin lines. And yeah, so I like them a lot. They come in different sizes. There's another one that's about a ½ inch.
This was
but
called
they
a
come with,
texture series.
And what?
A texture series. It's like a squirrel brush, but it's sort of a wedge or almost like what do you call it? A filbert with the rounded.
Oh,
edge.
yeah. Yeah, so the brushes that she makes are really good. They're not terribly expensive, and the shipping, assuming that, or because it comes from England, isn't too bad. It's worth looking at. I went a few years ago to Jerry's Artorama thing down in, was that North Carolina, South Carolina? And I was doing oil painting at the time. And I was in a couple of different workshops. And in each workshop, somebody referenced the Rosemary and Company brushes and how they love them, blah, blah, blah. So that's how I got connected to Rosemary and Company.
Did you find they were very soft though, Mary?
Soft, well, it depends. They have oil brushes and they have the watercolor brushes. Let me see. I don't know if I can put my hands on one of the watercolor ones right away. They're over here in my mess of brushes. I don't, this one is an oil brush, which I have used to scrub before. Let's see. These are all oil brushes that I'm picking up right now. I can't put my hands on
I
them.
thought they worked a little bit kind of like a mop brush. They just didn't say.
Well, it
stay
depends.
straight.
It's going to depend on which brush
Maybe
you buy.
for
If
the
you buy a
one that
mop, a squirrel, or if you buy a firm brush. Because she does, I'm familiar with Rosemary and Company. She makes the full line of every kind of brush. She has
Every kind of
squirrel,
brush, yeah.
she has Kolinsky, she has mongoose even, which is illegal in most parts of the world. And plus all the synthetics.
Yeah, she makes a lot. So it just depends on what you chose. This is the kind that I have a hard time using. This is well, this one happens to be a blick, but it's a
squirrel.
Yeah, it's a squirrel, and I can't. It's so soft that it just kind of bends over when I try to use it. So I haven't gotten used to this one yet.
That's my
Rosemary out, but I keep putting it back.
Squirrels are my favorite.
Yeah.
So what's a squirrel brush?
Well. Yeah.
And what do you use it
Oh,
for?
I've got one of those too. What do you use that for? I bought it and didn't know how big it was.
Well, this is a big one.
Yeah,
This
mine
is
too.
the Isabey. This is the number 8 Isabey, which is a very, very big brush.
Yeah, this is the number 10.
And yeah, this was like $200.
Ooh.
I just knocked the water out and I'm holding it up. You can see what a beautiful fine point it comes to when it's wet.
Really full.
Yes, it holds.
What do you use yours for, Annie?
This is the one I use the most. I'm gonna, oops, hold that up. This is my number 6 and this is a Raphael. This is one of the companies that we're going to when we go to France next summer. Similarly, my friend Eve Marie, he also owns the Raphael and the Isabey companies. So we'll be touring these. But notice, okay, so I'm going to pick up the dry one. This is what it looks like dry. It kind of looks like a makeup brush, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's really full. Squirrel is the most absorbent of all the hairs. It's the most, it's also the most delicate, which is why it's also called a quill brush or a mop brush because it has this mop shape. But it's also called a quill because this part, the ferrule, is traditionally made from a bird's quill. And I think this one is Isabey actually is also quill. They use like turkey quills, you know, from the feathers, and they wrap it because the squirrel hair is very delicate and they can't really put it in a metal ferrule, it'll break. It's too delicate for metal. So they use the feather quill and then they wrap it with brass or stainless steel or copper. Now that's what it's dry. This is what it's like wet. This is my favorite, my number 6. It's a medium size. And let me pull out, let me switch cameras again and pull out a, is it this camera? Yeah, that's the camera. Okay, and let me pull out a piece of rough paper. Rough. Give me a second. Well, no, yeah, this will work. Okay, this is just cold press. This is just a piece of cold press, cheap Strathmore paper, really cheap stuff.
I have
Tear a piece out of it. And this is why I like the squirrel brush. So I'm going to dip it in some water. It holds a lot of fluid. So one thing is I never have to, once I get my liquid on the brush, I never have to reload it. But it does hold a lot. So once I get my liquid on it, I mean, I got to use a lot of paint. You really use a lot of paint. Now, oh, this is one of the reasons why I like the number 6. I'm shoving it in my well here. This is a full pan and it barely fits. It will not fit in a half pan. And anything larger than a number 6, I can't even use because I like to use pan watercolors and it won't fit in the wells. So I'm really saturating it. Pulled up a lot of color, a lot of scrap. You can really see, I mean, it just, it goes forever and ever and ever. I can get a big broad stroke and do washes with it like so, and really cover my paper, or I can get a fine line with just the tip of it.
Wow.
Now, the nice thing about it though, I'm going to show you, you know how I often use the side of the brush instead of the tip? I can get a nice sparkly effect. This is cold pressed paper. See how it really left a lot of the paper shine through? Now, when I'm doing a seascape and I want that white paper to show through, I want texture a lot of times. So that's why I just love squirrels, because it's so soft. I can't do the same technique with a synthetic brush because A synthetic brush will bounce back. See how I can turn, I can push the brush and it doesn't bounce back. A synthetic brush bounces back.
What throws me off when it won't come back. And then I feel like I don't know, like I can't control it, I guess.
Give it up. Give up the control, Mary. It's okay. Let go.
Well, if you come to Open Studio, you'd find that's every other word I say when I talk about my paint.
Yeah, it's something you got it. And that's what I love about the squirrel brush is it allows you to be spontaneous and let the brush surprise you because it doesn't push itself into the paper. You can get that rough look like that. Oops. You know, that nice spontaneous.
Huh.
And I still haven't reloaded the brush. If I want to, I can press a little harder and get a line. Yeah, it just goes forever.
How about it?
So I can do a whole, you know, if I'm doing a seascape, I can get all the water in with this one, you know, loading the brush once.
Wow.
And it lets me get those nice wave motion, the wave look.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll have to keep at it.
You know, like you can see how I let some of the water shine through here by just pulling the brush sideways.
Pretty.
Nice.
But it does. It's like liverwurst. It's an acquired taste.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, it takes you don't, the first time you try it, you know, you're not going to like it. But second time you'll like it a little bit more. Eventually, if you use it often enough, you're going to love it. I mean, how many of you people hated liverwurst as a kid and now you freaking love it?
Never ate it.
I never tried it.
Not when I was a kid. Now I like it with onion and mustard.
Yeah, you see, it's an acquired taste. The more you grow into it, and a squirrel brush is the same way, you grow into it.
The squirrel doesn't.
Yeah. Well, he was, for all I know, that squirrel was suicidal and he jumped in front of a car.
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot of them are.
Okay, so we're ready for some show and tell.
Yeah.
I'm going to, if you go to speaker view, it should show, and I'll remove this spotlight. Okay,
No.
so now it will show everybody as they're talking. And hold up your painting.
Which one?
Oh, which one?
I want to see all of them that we did.
Let's do the
This is
pine
the
trees.
time. Okay, who we got here? Agnes? No. Who? Oh, Dana. Dana.
Yeah.
Oh, good job on the
Beautiful.
pine trees. Wait a minute. One
I
at a
was
time.
working on a forest.
Are we looking? Let me hold on. Let me. Okay, I'm spotlighting you, Dana. There we are, Dana. I'm spotlighting Dana. Dana, show me. Okay, I like that. Really good value changes and excellent color changes. Now on the first one, you're up. The first tree number 1 with the branches going up. Your best one, and tree number 3 is your second best. Tree number 2 tree number 2 in the middle.
Uh-huh.
A little bit too much space between the branches.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Add a few more branches and that's fine. And also all the branches are going to the side. None of the branches are going towards you. On
Right.
tree number 1 and 3, you have them coming towards me as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see that.
Yeah, but excellent color variation and really good values. Excellent job. All right, show us another one, Dana.
Well,
Ooh, beautiful.
Excellent fall
That's
trees.
beautiful.
I was going to say that this was the first one and I was just getting into it.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, it's a
this
little bit
one I
more red.
thought was much better.
Yes, the first one is a little bit more red. The second one is more, more the fall colors.
Mhm.
Pink, I want to say pink is the first one. So like I
Yeah.
said, it's not about the color so much as the value, but still the second one does look better.
Mhm.
Excellent job.
Mhm.
Okay, next.
Okay, that's all I have
That's it?
because I came in late.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so let me remove spotlight. And who's ready to go next?
I can go.
Okay, Mary.
Okay.
Oops. Trying to figure out how to put the spotlight on you, Mary.
Okay.
There we go. All
Mary,
right,
that's
gotcha.
beautiful.
Well, wait a minute, where'd you go? I thought I spotlighted you.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah, I saw her briefly.
you got, it's me.
There
We've
we go.
got-
All right, let me see if I can get the spotlight off of Carol.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not letting me. There we go. You move spotlight. All right, there you are, Mary.
There, Mary.
Okay. I was gonna say Zoom doesn't like my trees.
Mm.
Okay,
Oh,
this was the
that's
first one we did. And then we went from there to the fall trees. I went a little crazy with my trunks.
Hmm.
They're a little fat and I don't have quite enough color in, as far as the fall colors are concerned, but everything tended to run together on me.
Yeah, you browned them out a little bit and otherwise they look good. You have a nice space between your clumps. You know, we got those clumps, those cloud-like
yeah.
formations. You did a really beautiful job of saving your whites and putting good space between them. That actually came out gorgeous. And
Thanks.
even though they went a little dark and a little muddy, they
Yeah.
still work. They still work. They have nice fall color and you got good value changes.
Yeah.
You did good.
I had trouble keeping the darks, and that is more evident in this page. The first one, which is over here,
Yes, came out gorgeous.
that one worked out pretty well, I thought. But
Yeah.
the other two just got muddled, and the gardener planted the last one a little crooked.
Yeah. So the only thing that really bothers me about trees 2 and 3, is the angle is a little too steep on your branches.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, I was working hard to keep them going down instead of going up. So I probably
Right, but you made them,
worked a little harder.
you went down
Too hard.
too steeply.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're great.
Yeah. Well, they need a little more yellow, I think. based-
Yeah, they did kind of medium out your values. You did blend, you did lose your
Well,
light.
What happened was I kept trying to get more of the really extra dark down the middle and in a few of the branches, and that overtook the yellow that I had there.
Mm.
So overworked, I think, is the word that goes there.
Just a little bit.
That's
In comparison with 1, they don't look bad until you compare it to tree number 1, and tree number 1 is so spectacular. That, yeah, it makes tree 2 and 3 look bad in comparison, but they're actually not that bad. It's just in comparison to the perfect tree 1.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, what else you got for us?
I don't have any, that's it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, let me put the spotlight on you. I don't know why it doesn't, well, all right, you're up, so go.
Ahead. Let's see. So my hedge.
Ooh,
then
hold that
one
steady,
of my-
hold it steady. Quit moving it around, up a little bit. Excellent. Oh my God, I love the violet you put in the shadows. That really grounds it. You have beautiful light hitting the top of it, gorgeous darks, and a nice variation of your edges. Excellent job. Oops.
And let's see. Here's my fall tree and my pine tree.
Nice.
Very nice.
Okay, go back. Yeah, stop. Holden's one up.
Just one.
You're moving, you're moving. Don't move so much. Okay, hold steady. Good, I like that. Nice color, nice values.
and my tree.
Good job. I like that too. Nice value change. Excellent job. What else you got?
Oh, and then this was my upward tree.
Upward tree.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, great shape. Excellent shape. Good job. Absolute. You did really good, Patience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay, if nobody jumps in, I'm going to go ahead.
Oh,
Okay,
Sorry.
Agnes.
okay. This is when I got behind doing my trees. I can't see myself. I don't know if you can see them. I don't think I have enough pigment in any of them. So that was just because I think I was in a rush. This is my favorite one down here, just because
Hold it up a little bit.
I like the colors in there.
Yes, excellent colors.
They're more vivid, I think. And the
Mhm.
other ones are not enough pigment, so.
Okay, move it to a little bit to the right. You're right. You're right. There you go. Okay, stop. Yeah. Okay. So what I'd like your shape, like I said, we started with a basic shape of a round or an oval or a egg shape. But then we have to go and vary the edges a little bit. You didn't vary your edges quite enough.
Okay.
You're still a little bit too round. So I'd like to see you in the future, bring those edges, bring some in, some out, so that we vary the shape just a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, the one on the left, it's a little dark. You lost your lights. The one on the right, fabulous, absolute beautiful variation in both color and in value. Good job.
Okay, thank you. And these are my trees, my pine trees.
Pine trees. Oh,
My-
excellent.
They're okay, but
Where'd you go?
can you see them all?
Hold on. There you are. Okay. Yes.
They're
Yeah,
good.
not a lot of variation in value, but your shape is perfect. You did great shapes on both of them. Nice angle on your branches, just barely going up and barely going down. Really good job. But yeah, value wise, you could change that up a little bit, not have them all quite so all the same value.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so who haven't we seen? Carol, are you ready?
Yeah, I guess I'll just, there.
Yeah.
Got it.
Smart ass, hold it still.
They're not good.
Oh, they're beautiful.
I can't do down swept.
Okay, so no, actually you did a good job, but quit waving it around. I'm gonna smack you through the screen here. There you go. All right. No, actually, you did all right. Good variation on colors. Good
Can't
variation.
get the shape in the dark. I just.
Yeah, you have a good variation going there. You did very well. Very
Thank
well. They're nicely grounded. Good job. What else you got for us, Carol?
Oh, my fall one. That's not.
Oh, I like that even better.
That's good.
Yeah.
These are nice.
Yeah.
The orange.
You have an excellent transition of color, but no transition of values though. Your greenish blue is the exact same value of your orange.
Oh.
Even though
Yeah.
it's a color change, it's not a value change. It's you only have one value going there. So you can go back into it though and add some darks.
Okay. And this is the shrubbery. That's not good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. That was where we started. That was the first try. And then we went on to your tree, and your tree actually came out gorgeous. Your tree is perfect. So yeah, it's all a matter of, steps. And when we got to the second step of the tree, you put it all together and it worked. You did very well.
Thank you. To practice.
Good job, Carol.
Yeah.
So who haven't we seen? Have we seen Dana? Did we see you?
Yes, you did.
Did we see Florence?
No.
We're going to see
Harry.
Florence right now.
Hold it up, Florence.
Yeah, not much to see.
Oh,
Nice.
Mm,
Like it.
Oh,
that's
like that.
beautiful.
Florence, holy cow.
Well, that's all I have.
No, seriously?
I haven't attempted everything else, but I'm very critical of myself, unfortunately. And I wind up like Mary. Oh my gosh, I made it, got too dark because I'm overkilling it. Because I work so slowly. You know, this is like on your mark, get set, go for me, which I have to learn to do. But then I get like, and then like you saw with my colors, I think on my first one, it became like muddy muted. So I did this during lunchtime.
Oh.
Beautiful. I mean, I made an attempt at everything we did, including the evergreens, but I won't even show them to you because a kindergartner would do better.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but
We'll
that
have to
turned
bare
out,
our soul, Florence.
I like it.
but that came
Oh,
out
thank
beautiful,
you.
Florence.
Thank
And that is
you.
absolute
Definitely.
perfection.
Thank you. I think it needs a little more darkness, huh? And it's not a fall tree, it's the tree with the bushes.
Good job, though.
Very
Oh,
nice,
pretty.
Mary.
Hold it up again.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. Pretty shape.
Yeah, actually, I see a nice value change. You look good.
Thank you.
It's good.
like-
It's good.
I like the sky holes in it.
Yeah, that too.
Mhm.
No, it looks good.
Thank you very much.
And you're not going to show us the other ones.
No, no.
Oh,
I mean, this is the start of my full tree, but it looks like a kindergartner would have done it better.
Oh, no,
I don't know
yeah,
if
you went
can
flat.
see it.
Yeah, you went flat.
pretty though.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. No, you did. You went flat. You lost your values there. It all went together. But look at the shapes though.
Mm.
Okay,
Yeah, my
ignore the fact that we lost the value changes. Look at those edges. Absolute freaking genius. Your shapes and your edges and those blooms are gorgeous.
Thank you. Yeah, my problem is not drawing out things. My problem is when I start to put color in. And then I get overzealous and then I wind up sometimes with total mud or not enough variation.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you.
Show us another one.
No. I'm not
right.
to show you anymore. I'm ready to show you my, where are they? That also needs more variation. My, this. Bushes.
Oh,
Oh, no.
they're nice.
That's nice,
Okay.
Florence.
Florence,
thanks.
look at your bushes, what we see. Look, can you see it on your monitor? Because they look fabulous to me.
Oh, thank you. I thought it needed more variation. I was sort of blandish.
No, I don't think so. I think you, at least to me, I see lots of variation. I see wonderful edges. I see value change. I see color change. I mean, not a lot of value change, but it's enough. I think they look fabulous. And you are so good with the edges that it's just wonderful. It's perfect.
Thank you, Amy. Thank
See, and you didn't like that? Jesus, you are
No.
overly critical.
I'm being hard on myself.
Yeah.
Okay,
we haven't seen Harry's yet.
Harry.
Harry. Ah, there's Harry.
Nice.
Okay, so there's our color trees, our fall color.
Pretty.
Nice.
Very
Good
pretty.
job. That is good job.
Mm.
Good job. The one on your right, much better. The one on the left got a little bit too circular in your values. You have a a bullseye going there. With your darkest value and then light value all around it, where on the one on your right is a little bit more variated. So it's a much better tree on value wise. And your hedge line at the top looks very good. Good job, Harry. What else you got for us? Oh, show us. Oh, wait, let me unmute you.
You're on mute. Harry,
Oh.
you're on mute.
Nice.
Oh, these are nice too. Good shape. Well, Harry has mastered the downward pine tree, the downward branch. He did a beautiful job. Of all three of them, the downward one, which everyone else seems to be having trouble with, Harry really mastered that. Of your three trees, Harry, your downward branch one is your best one. They're all good, but excellent shape, good color variation, and nice little bits of white showing between the branches. Good job.
No
You're on
sound.
mute, Harry, you're on mute, and I'm unable to unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. Look for the icon that looks like a microphone and click on that.
It's unmuted.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
There you go.
But it didn't, unmuting it didn't clear the sign in the middle.
I don't see anything. I just see you. I just see your happy face. Show us another painting.
That's all I had.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, let's move on to, did we see Carrie?
No.
Unmute her, and I'm gonna spotlight her. All right, Carrie, show us what you got.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll make my excuses.
No excuses.
I've never painted before, and I'm not so good at drawing either. But anyway, these were my arborvitae.
Oh, nice.
Good job. Good job. You did well for.
And they're just on like copy paper because I hadn't cut up my my watercolor paper yet, but I did finally cut it up on the break. And then here was my tree, which I didn't have any fall colors. I just was using the blue and the yellow. So there's that one. And my pine trees turned out so horrible on that plain paper. I did finally, on my lunch break, I cut up my my watercolor paper and tried to start over again.
Okay.
Nice job.
My down and my up, but as you can see, they need a lot of practice.
Not bad though. You're doing very good. All three of these sheets were great. All of them, all good.
Well, thank you.
Good
I
job.
don't know why I can't do down. I can't go down.
Okay, so who did we miss? Did we see Agnes? Did we see you, Agnes?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Let me go through and make sure we got everybody. And Dana, we saw Dana or no?
Yeah, I
Yes.
started.
Well, shoot, and we saw
Well,
Harry.
I think
Is there
we got
anybody I
everybody
missed?
Except Debbie and Annette, and I don't think either one of them are here.
Yeah, Annette's out driving around somewhere, she said,
Right.
and we lost Debbie.
Dana?
All right.
Did Dana? No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
started with me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you, Annie.
Wait a minute, who's leaving?
Patience.
Patience. I have to
Oh,
go.
shoot,
I'm
Patience
sorry.
is leaving. All right. All right, well, like I said, Patience, we will make
Thank
sure to
you.
get this online so that you can, so that everybody can watch later.
Mm.
All right, and don't forget, a lot of these samples I put on a Google Drive folder so that you guys can open that folder, download them to the photos to your own computer and look at them anytime you want.
Thank you.
So let me go back to,
Annie?
Yeah?
I'm sorry. I went to download that the other night. I couldn't get into it. Said like I needed some kind of a code or word. password or something to get in. I had to request it. That's what it was. I had a request.
And didn't let
So
you
I
in?
hit request, but I couldn't get into it.
All right, I will send it out again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's my, you know, I'm not so techie savvy.
Florence,
Yes,
did you,
yes.
after you did that, did you go out and then come back in? Because I had the same problem and I thought, oh gosh, nobody's gonna be able to open these. And I left it and then I went back and tried it again later. It might have been
Okay.
day and I went right into it. So I don't know what the magic was, but you can try going
Oh,
back into it again and see what happens. But yeah, it did ask for some sort of permissions to get into it.
yes. Oh, thanks, Mary. I'll try it.
I will,
This is Annette. Another thing that could be a problem is if your Google email address is different than the email address you're using for the workshop, that could make a difference too.
Oh, and that was probably, in my case, that might have been right because I have a Google or Gmail address and I have the Comcast address. And the workshop is on the Comcast.
Oh, I just have a Gmail address.
Oh, well, then yours should work.
Yeah.
I will send you the link again, Mary, this afternoon. But when hold on, let me figure out who's doing that. Mute it.
Hi, this is the homeless. Farm. Roses are ready. Violets are blue.
All right. I will send it out again, but this time when I send it
Can
out.
I call you back? I'm in the middle of a Zoom workshop.
That's Florence.
Oh, okay. I just muted everybody, I think, to try and get rid of the noise. So I will send it out again this afternoon to you, Mary, to forward out. But instead of doing it as a share, I will just give you the link.
Okay.
That I'll do it that way. As a matter of fact, give me a second and I'll do it right now so that I don't forget.
Okay.
So let me have like 3 minutes. Y'all can do what you want for about 3 minutes. It'll take me 3 minutes to open it up.
Okay, I'm going to do a little advertising here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The Art League is going to have an exhibit during the Woodstown by Candlelight tour, December the 3rd. That's not very far away. And so we'll be looking for the members to bring in some of their artwork to put on display. And it should be a good one because we're going to be there at Friends Meeting House in Woodstown, and they have music there every year. So we should get a good turnout on the part of the public. So we'd really like to think of you, or you have, oh man, we should like to have you think about bringing some artwork. There we go. I got it out. On that Friday evening. Now you do have to bring it in. So far as I know, you'll get more information via email on Friday and pick it up on Friday night. So there is that, but it'd be a good opportunity for you to get your artwork out there and also be able to give the Art League a little bit of advertisement as well. So that's my advertisement for the day.
Okay, I just posted the link in the chat. So if everybody opens up the chat, they will have the link. And let me go into my email as well and send it to Mary.
Yeah, it looks like it opened up from the chat.
Okay. So close all this out and get back to Zoom. So everybody, it's in your chat. So you can copy, if I copied out its chat and paste it into your browser bar. Or I also send it to Mary. So if Mary wants, she can forward it to everyone.
Sure.
And should be able to open it from there.
Okay, great.
So yeah, it might have been something, maybe I didn't do something right the first time I did it. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I'm not that great with this myself. And I'm having browser difficulties with, for some reason, my Google Drive won't open in the browser I use every day. I have to change browsers to open it.
Oh,
I don't know. My computer's getting old.
just when you think it's easy, it's not.
I know. It's like this morning with the web camera. I had to go and grab a second camera real fast and hook it up. Thank goodness it worked. So
Annie?
Yes.
I just sent it to my email.
Okay.
I just gone on and it was, yeah, you could email it to yourself.
You
So
can.
I did. It came up on mine.
Really?
I'm with an iPad, so. I just went in and put our email in and forwarded it.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good to
Thank
know.
you. Thank you.
Good to know. So let me change back to, I think I'm using, no. Yeah, right camera. Okay. So now there was a couple of something. Oh yeah, a tree line. Somebody said, well, what about trees in the background? So I'm going to put all of these aside that we did earlier. We'll leave that out. And let's talk about trees in the background. How to differentiate when you're doing trees in the background. So here's a line of trees. This was those cypress trees. Again, this was in France. So I'm in this olive grove and I'm looking down and there's this tree line. So this was, I can do this really fast. Pull off a sheet of paper. Because I often see these tree lines. You know, this was another view, similar trees here, and then this was some other type of trees, and these are trees as well. And then these were some mountains in the background. Little Alps, they called them. I don't know what the exact name of those mountains were. More trees in the background. This was a plein air I did on the Brandywine River. So I'm on the river and looking down river, up river, I don't know, when, you know, looking further away anyway. And there is a variation of trees here with some darks and lights. So it's, notice I left the sky holes, a lot of sky holes in here. But still I have my darks and my lights. And so it reads as a cluster of trees. I didn't vary up the colors a whole lot. I have some yellow, probably yellow ochre, some of that, it's chrome green light, and then sepia and indigo and a little bit of red, some warm red here, like maybe burnt sienna. Not a lot of variation of color really, but just enough to tone it up just a little bit. Let me pull out another one. Background trees. Oh, here's another view of that that area in France with this line of trees. So these are like the same tree as this, but they're further in the distance. And then there was like, I don't know, more, I don't know if it was fields of trees, but whatever it wasn't far enough. It was far enough away that I couldn't see the detail of it. So it's just basically a wash of a pale, cool grayed down green with these trees in front of it.
They Lombardy poplars or something like that?
Yeah, something along that line. Yeah, or an arborvitae or a cypress, you know, something in that shape. All the same color like. So we can do that very simply. Always have to draw it in, always. And I'm trying to draw this from memory. And I know it's really hard. I know when I'm in a workshop, I hate this when a teacher draws something from memory and you don't have the reference photo. So you really can't see how they interpreted it. But you know, you've got your land here, your flat foreground, and then the trees. And I'm just going to pencil in. That's about how the trees are. You know, just kind of a squiggly. And then maybe a mountain back here. So start with the foreground. And I'm picking up, we were talking about those squirrels earlier. And I know I've talked about squirrels before. I have 2 small squirrels. This is kind of too small for a big brush. So I have my number 2 squirrel and my number 0 squirrel. They're almost the same size. This one, this black handled brush is a Raphael. It's a number 0. It is a synthetic squirrel. This number 2 from Harmony, it's a very creative mark. It's a Jerry's brand. It's a real squirrel, but it's a very inexpensive brush. As a matter of fact, these are the brushes that I sell in my workshops. When you take an in-person workshop with me, you can buy these from me. Very inexpensive. It doesn't, they're about the same. And the squirrel brush, the synthetic squirrel holds almost as much water because of new technology, has the natural squirrel. The synthetic squirrel brush was actually a hell of like 3 times more money than the real squirrel because of the technology, but I'll use this one. And I'm going to start by just, you know, putting in the foreground of this landscape real fast, just with any old green. And when I do I don't like flat washes. Very easy to do a flat wash, but I like to vary it up. So I'm just going to pick up some mud I have here and I'm just going to vary this up just because I like variation. Now, while it's still, and then I'm going to do this background here, the mountains. Mountains, I'm going to do kind of a grade down. Mountains or green covered hills. Oh, my paint got dry. I should have wet it down again. And the reason I'm doing this first is because, you know, you want to go light to dark with watercolor. You always want to do your lightest colors first and then do the darkest colors. And those trees are darker, so we want to get the background in first for that reason, because we're going to paint the trees on top. And then what the heck, I might as well put a little bit of sky in. And it's running. That's all right. A little bit of running is going to hurt. Now, those trees. I'm going to mix up greenish blue. If they're in a distance, they always have to be blued down or grayed down. You have to give it that effect of being in a distance, and things that are in a distance are cooler always. Things that are in the foreground are always going to be warmer, and things in the distance are always going to appear cooler. So think of your color wheel, you know, what's your cool colors, what's your warm colors, and cool down the things that are in the distance, which for me means adding a lot of blue. So I'm really adding, keep going back. There we go. Now we have a lot of blue here. So I'm dragging from the bottom and going up and letting it peak unevenly. I don't want to have a straight line, but I do want to have uneven peak because they're not all the same height. And I'm actually going to pick up a little bit of indigo here and pull just to vary it up, to add a few darks in there. Leaving gaps. I don't want to have them all be indigo. Pick some more of this up. Again, different heights. Have some indigo here. And was I using yellow? No, I was using green. Go back to it just to vary up the color a little bit. So notice as I work my way across, I'm varying up the color a little bit. I'm not always picking up the exact same intensity. Now, I don't want to have a straight line across the bottom either. So I'm going to come and put a few little shadow marks in. Okay, so I have my line now of trees in the background. So I have my value changes. When I put my darks in, I left gaps between them, and that's allowed the light to shine through. Got to have some gaps. You don't want to have it all the same value and all the same color. That was it. That's arbor vitae, or popular line. Let's throw that aside. And another type of tree. So that's basically how this one evolved. Same idea. Dragging the brush up. Here's another example. Just look at just this side of the painting here for the background. This is actually basically the same background that I did on that river view one, which large scale, small scale, same thing. Here I did it large, here I did a small, leaving lots of gaps, sky holes, and using a variation of colors and values to get that background in there. So we'll do a few more of these trees and tree clusters, and then maybe maybe I'll find if we have time, put some together. So let's do a cluster of these like this. Here's a cluster. Here's another cluster where we have a group of trees, and then we'll bring the stems, the trunks down and ground them. What do you guys think? Ready?
Okay.
Ready.
Let's pull out another sheet of paper. I go through a lot of paper. I'm using very, very cheap paper because this is a workshop and these are just little studies. So I'm using some student grade paper. But you know what? You can use the backs, you know, use both sides of your paper. Oops. Here I did some arbor vitae studies on the back of this one and pine tree studies on this one. Feel free to use both sides. Save money because it's just classwork. This is just studies. These aren't great paintings. Now, what did I say? Oh yeah, clusters. So I'll set the samples out where they can't be seen. There's a sample. There's another sample. Is that what we're doing? No, it's this way. There we go.
Gorgeous.
Let me pull this out. Okay, now let me draw. Pencil. Now with this, these trees are overlapping each other. They can be, I did these on a slope. They don't have to be on a slope. They can be in a straight line. I'll do it on a straight line this time. Here's my land. And I'm going to do all the way to the edge here. I did that kind of light. Actually, let me darken it. There, much easier to see that. I did it much darker. And then this is my, oops, my land. Okay, now picking up my squirrel brush just to shake things up. And I'll pick up some colors. So I've got my lemon yellow. You know, one thing about painting over graphite, once the paint goes on top of the pencil mark, it seals the pencil mark. You cannot erase it anymore. That's okay. I mean, I did this dark just so y'all can see it. Normally we do our pencil marks much lighter so that they aren't so noticeable, or we try and erase them out a little bit before we start painting, because once we paint, they're sealed. The paint covers them and you can't erase them anymore. Okay, and then I'm going to pick up some green. What have I got for green here? This is a sap green. Really bright. I'm just going to use a little bit here and there because that is just a hideously bright color for me. I'm going to pick up a little bit of indigo. That's better.
Annie, if you don't have indigo, what can you use?
I suppose you could probably use phthalo or
I don't
Payne's
have
gray.
that either.
You know what? Do you have Payne's gray?
Yes.
Take some Payne's gray and mix it with some ultramarine.
Okay, thank you.
Nope, not that color. So I've got some of that, and I'm going to add another green to it.
What green did you use?
Actually, it didn't work out. I have yellow here. Oh, sap green, which was really bright. Gosh, it was a hideous color. Just an awful color.
Huh.
You know, I seldom use green out of the tube, you know, manufacturers mixed greens. I usually mix my own just because I like my colors a little bit more subdued. And I can add a little bit of, what's that, violet? No, I don't want that color. Here's some lake. What's that called? Red lake. Something lake. Gosh.
Scarlet Lake.
That's it. Thank you. Scarlet Lake. A little bit of Scarlet Lake I'm adding into it just to add. I like Scarlet Lake. It's a little bit more subdued, not quite so bright. And it gives me a nice variation. So now I have a nice tree line. I don't want to add any more colors to it because it'd be too much. Remember to vary up your edges so that your edges aren't all the same. And I'm dipping, like just now I had some indigo, then I dipped in some lemon yellow just to vary up the color. And you know what I forgot? I forgot to leave sky holes in it. Jeez. Let's put a sky hole there. Right off the edge. Okay, and then last but not least, trunks. I don't want them to be all the same values, so I'm going to wash out my brush every now and then and pull down. Also, don't vary up the distance between them. Like, don't put them all exactly ½ inch apart. You want to have some variation going. Some of them are real tight together. And then when I ground it, that's going to make it look like a tree. Voila. Okay. Now I used a lot of different colors, probably more than I needed to because I just wasn't thinking clearly, but you don't have to use it quite as many colors. Oh, you know what else? Blooms. I'm going to drop a few drops of water in this and let it bloom. I'm just dipping my fingers in my water dish and adding a few blooms to the. Okay, that's enough. Don't want to overdo it. And I'll let that bloom out. Oh, one more right there. Okay. So it looks like a cluster of trees now, right? And I did add a few sky holes just by adding more tree here. So why don't you guys try that now? You don't have to use a fresh piece of paper. You can pull out, you know, use the back of another sheet of paper, but try a cluster. And remember what I said about texture? This is the rough paper, so I got a much better edge on it because the paper was rougher than I did on these cold press papers. I don't get quite as nice of an edge. So the surface of your paper has a lot to do with it. Go ahead and knock yourself out. Try that. Yeah, no, that has, I only want to see happy grunts. No more sad grunts, only happy grunts. I want to hear, ooh, ah, no more,
How about oops?
No whoops. No, no, can't be any whoops. I'm actually going to take another brush, a small brush, and just, there we go. Make some of these trunks a little bit better. I'll give that about another minute or two to dry, and then I'll do another one. Just because it always pays to do everything twice. All right, I'm going to set that one aside and do another one. And I'm going to use my squirrel brush again. And instead of using my indigo, I'm going to take my Payne's gray and mix it with some ultramarine to get an approximation of a dark blue. There. All right, so I've mixed up some of my Payne's gray along with my indigo and put it here. Not indigo, Payne's gray and ultramarine blue. And I've set it here in this well to give me an approximation of color of indigo. Nice dark blue there. Okay, wash that out. So back to some yellow. I'm going to pick up a different yellow. This is permanent yellow deep. This one is called. So it's like a cadmium yellow, like a deep cadmium, medium, yeah, deep cadmium. Mixing some of that up, and then I'm going to pick up this bluish color that I just mixed up a little minute ago. And not giving me a nice green though. It's a little bit too gray, so I'm going to pick up. Lemon. I'm going to pick up a little bit of this green, this chrome green light, which is a very pale yellow green. Add some of that in. That helps green it up a little bit. Not a lot of value change though. I've got color change, but no value change. And again, I really like this Scarlet Lake. So I'll add a little bit of that to it right on top of my darks to try and darken my darks a little bit more. And keeping a few sky holes visible this time. And back down to dragging down a few tree trunks. And adding a few branches as I go. could be picking up a new color from my palette as I put these trunks in to make them darker, but this is just the easy, fast, cheap way to do it, is just to drag color down from what I've already got puddling here. So now I've got a cluster of trees with branches. I'll pick up some Payne's Green and deepen some of these while they're still wet. Make a nice silhouette going here. And then I'll pick up some green and just smear this in. Okay, so cluster of trees, number 2, that was easy enough. More branches here and there. And I get to see it, tiny little lines I'm getting with this squirrel brush, because it has a nice point and I don't have to keep redipping it. Although speaking of dipping, I'm gonna add a few sprinkles of water. And actually, I can do this as well. Besides just sprinkling water on, I can just take some mud or whatever off my palette, some color, and do this as well. You know, sprinkle some color on my brush just to give it some, you know, more foliage. Of course, it gets all over my hands, but that's all right. Okay, I'm going to let you guys finish up again, and then we'll come back to see how you guys do. There, you guys can watch, look at it while you're painting. Yes. And everything we do, you know, you don't get it right always on the first try. And nobody gets everything perfect on their first try. Gosh, I wish I did. You know, I think about it. If you got everything right your first try, that would just make life so easy. Everything takes a few tries. You know, try it 2 or 3 times. Vary it up on your own. Think of your own colors. Look at your own colors and think of which colors you like to use and which colors you want to use. Think of your own shapes a little bit. Give it another minute and then we'll move on to the next trees. Cheat sheet. So, ready to move on?
Almost.
All right, I'll give you another minute. Okay, I'm moving on. I'm putting that tree aside. Let that dry. And moving on to, let's see, we haven't covered, you know what we haven't covered? We haven't covered willow trees. Willows, there's a lot of willow trees here in this part of the country. So we haven't covered willows and we haven't covered longleaf pine, like a white pine, and the southern pines and cypress. So there's some willows. So the basic shape of the willow, here's another willow, basic shape. It's like a cup upside down. They're always kind of roundish on the top, kind of roundish, kind of flattened out but round. And then they basically have a cup shape. Almost dome shape, but the sides are straight, you know, because gravity, straight down. So let's see if I can set this like so. Yeah, kind of, sort of. No, I can only do that. That works. So pulling out willows. Go up, there we go. Pencil. Draw a couple of willow shapes. And I'm going to ink them just so that they're easier to see. And trunk. There we go. And I'll do another willow right here. And they don't have to be, it's not a straight line across the bottom. They can be varying lengths. A couple of long ones, couple of short ones. And then paint them in. So let me pick up, I'm gonna go back to my number 8. Is that big enough? Maybe I should go back to the squirrel. I'll go back to the squirrel. It's a little bit bigger. So I'm going back to this squirrel brush and back to a willow. They're a little bit more silvery in color. So silver equates to gray. So it's not yellow, not orange, more think violet, blue kind of colors. And of course green. So I'm gonna pick up some green and mix a little bit of violet with it. Because to make a gray or a black or brown, you mix 2 secondaries together. So gray and, 2 opposites, two opposites. Green and red are opposites, or violet is close enough. And that gives me a nice grayed down green. And I'm going to vary it up a little bit, add a little more green to it here, because we don't want to have the exact same color all the way across. So vary it up every now and then. And pick up some of this violet to put in my darks. Yeah, pick up a little bit of blue, I think. Or Payne's gray. Hello?
That's my phone.
Hello, can I tell you about your car's extended warranty?
That's exactly what it was. I don't know if it was the warranty or whether it was the solar panels or whether it was Medicare, but it was one of those.
I've been getting one the last couple of days. It's coming from Milford, Delaware, and I don't know. She's leaving a message on my voicemail. She left another one this afternoon. But she is so garbled that I can't understand a word she's saying, not a single word, until she says, please call me, and then leaves her phone number. That is perfectly clear. So yeah, I know that one is going to be scam.
Yeah, really.
But it's very tempting. It's like, what? I can't understand what you're saying. So you're tempted to call then.
Yeah, I've been getting kind of old school scams lately in my email. I've gotten 2. One that said, I've seen your artwork online. I don't know where they've seen it, but anyway.
Oh, those are always so sweet. They're
Yeah,
always
and I'm
so
willing to
sweet.
pay between $300 and $3,500 for my husband's anniversary.
Ah, how sweet.
Isn't that nice? And
But they
then-
don't know exactly which painting they want.
No, they don't. Anyone
Yeah,
will.
they never know that.
And then there's the one where they're going to distribute some cash, and they were going to do it with an ATM card. And they need information, and I think you had to send $95, cover all the costs.
You know, we're
And
in
they
the wrong
wanted it
jobs.
by what is it? Shoot, wire. You had to wire it to them.
Yeah,
And-
we're all in the wrong job. We are,
I know.
you know, there's so many easier things that we could be doing other than trying to earn a living by painting or teaching how to paint. We
I
could just be picking up the phone and making $95 on a phone call. I mean, it's just,
I know.
why are we wasting our time doing
Somebody's
this?
falling for that shit. Excuse me. I didn't mean to say that.
Somebody, exactly, somebody is believing it. Somebody is falling for it. It's a-
Otherwise, they wouldn't.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it.
So,
Evil and bringing. Annie, what did you use on that? Payne's gray and a violet and what green?
oh, so yeah, actually, I used a lot of different things because I
Okay.
wanted to keep it silvery, gray.
Oh,
So rather than use a solid gray, I used some greens here. I used some of that sap green, which is way too bright. So then I tried to tone it down. I used some violet. I wasn't real happy with the violet, but it did give me a nice dark here. And I did pick up a lot of mud. See where I've been mixing my paint on this scrap of paper over here? So it's very wet and it's very muddy. I've just been picking up a lot of that mud. But then I also picked up this color. Hold on a second. Let me look that up real fast and I'll tell you what that is. It's a Holbein. Horizon Blue by Holbein. And
okay, but if you don't have that, then
so it's
like-
kind of an opaque. It's an opaque. I'm gonna guess it is maybe a lot of Chinese white, in it, and just a little bit of maybe phthalo. Would be my guess. See, it's kind of it's
Thank you.
it's very pale blue.
Thank you.
Yeah, that gives me that basic shape. So I left the basic shape. Like I said, it's almost like a mushroom shape almost, right? But don't leave it flat across the bottom. Vary up this bottom edge. You can vary up the outside edge too. I can pick up, no brown, not brown, wash that out, not brown. I can pick up some, let's pick up a little bit of this blue, what's it called? Ultramarine. And I'll vary this up a little bit. Add a few darks in there with a little bit of ultramarine. So that helps to vary up the edge, because otherwise if it's flat, see I dark, not so dark, you know, vary up those values, adding a few streaks in it, because if you don't vary it up, it's too flat, it doesn't have that dimension. And then of course the trunk should be much darker, so let me darken up that trunk.
That's great.
It's actually a little trickier than it looks.
Yeah, it is a very tricky tree. And then of course, always ground them, that helps. Which is why I drew it out twice, so that I can do it twice. But the trick is, you know, remember these willows, they're kind of a pale color, but they do have that shiny silvery look to them. A little bit on the shiny side, a little bit of a silvery color. So the blues that I added, keeping these light colors and then adding the blues for dark, gives it that silvery sheen to it. And then we'll do another one here again. I'm gonna pick up some mud here off of my palette. It's hard for me to say, yeah, use this color when, I don't know, I don't have a color on my palette that I like for this. Because it needs to be kind of grayed down. So palette mud, these little sections of my palette that are just mud, that's really the color that I need because it needs to be grayed down, and mud is already grayed. Pick up some of this blue. No heavy sighs. I want to hear oohs and ahs. Ooh, ah, oh, this is really working for me. You know, nice. I want to hear phrases like that.
Ooh, what a mess.
All right, who's a smart ass? Always got to be a smart ass in the bunch. Let's see if I add a little bit of sepia to it. A few streaks of sepia, that makes a nice dark as well. And now I'll just add some of these darks in. Add a trunk. And ground it. Straighten it out. There we go. Okay, so now we have 2 willow trees. Again, don't vary up because of the way the branches kind of hang down. Don't go dark all across the middle. Vary it up in vertical strokes. Is that vertical? Yeah, vertical is what I want. So a vertical dark, a vertical light. But much like we did the tree trunks on the last example, don't make them all the same width and don't make them all evenly spaced. Make them random widths in random spaces. I will give you guys another minute to finish up your willow trees. And then we'll move on to the next one. And you know, if you want, just because I do 2 and say we'll move on to the next one, doesn't mean you have to stop at 2 and move on to the next one. Do 3 if you want to. Do 4.
Okay.
Do as many as you think you need to do.
Well, all I have to say is it's a good thing we didn't start with the willow tree.
Yeah, you know,
I might have been taking a nap by now.
well, Well, you know what? If I look out my window, I can't see a willow tree. So, you know, the things that we see all the time are the easiest things to paint. The things that we are most familiar with. And the willows, they're not all that common. You know, I see them on the big farms around here, but not have to drive a lot to see a willow tree.
They like the marshes.
Yeah, yeah, they like to keep their feet wet. Yeah, their roots wet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We won't spend much more time on the willow tree. How you guys doing? Are anybody ready to move on yet, or is everybody still on the willow?
Well, almost.
Okay,
Still
we'll
on
give
the
you,
willow.
we'll give you another minute, and then we'll go on to the longleaf pines.
Yeah. So Annie,
Yep.
what was the blue you used on the trees?
On these willows,
Yes.
ultramarine.
Okay. Mhm.
Yeah, now the color, you know, isn't as important as the value always. But on willows, I feel that they do need to be a cool silvery color. Because in my opinion, I find the willows are never orangey. They're never they can be green, but they're still kind of a cool. They're never a warm color. So I tend to stick to the cooler shades of blues and grayed down greens to give it that look.
That first one you did, that first willow reminds me of the back of my head.
I was
You know,
just,
now that you mention it, it does look like the back of my head too. This
I was just
Huron style
thinking it
wig
was
that
like
I'm wearing,
maybe
yeah.
had a hair.
Well, now shoot. There it is. Okie dokie, I'm gonna push the willows aside and we're gonna go back to we're gonna do the longleaf pine. The longleaf pine, which is, you know, your yellow pine. There's an example there. I have more examples. Oops, let me push it this way, Longleaf kind of looks like this. They have similar in shape to a cypress tree, to a bald cypress, not your northern cypress, to a bald cypress. Here I have a pencil drawing of a few. Very easy, I think, to paint. One of the easiest ones. So there, I can leave that there and I can push that there. Okay, let me pull out another sheet of paper. That's dry enough. Okay, so your longleaf pines, which are your yellow pine, your southern pine, your up here you have something called a white pine, which is very similar. It's also a longleaf pine, which long needle pine, and it's the same, kind of the same shape as a bald cypress. It has more of a trunk, and then the branches kind of come off from that. And you see a lot more trunk than you do on the other pine trees. So if I draw it, let me get out my pencil first. I always draw on pencil. Let's start here. So I'm doing that cloud, you know, I'm doing these cloud shapes again, but I'm just leaving more space in between them, like the same, like we did that first exercise with the shrubs. So it's that same squiggly cloud shape. And then trunk, and maybe a few branches coming off the trunk. Maybe a couple off the bottom. All right, let me do that now on pen so that you guys can see it. Where did I, oh, here it is. Is that, yeah, here, this is what I just drew. Go and look at the monitor, I can't see it. There it is, there's my trunk. A few branches laying in the ground. Okay, so, and the cypress trees, here's one I already painted recently. Like I said, the bald cypress is pretty much the same. And actually, I'm going to show you quickly a painting that I did of, this is a southern marina. And these are bald cypress and longleaf pine in the background. So no green in there at all. No green. It is mostly Payne's gray, sepia, and indigo, it looks like. Yeah, no other colors. Payne's gray, sepia, and indigo.
Did you use your white gel pen to do the rigging on those boats?
No, I masked that out with masking fluid. Yeah. Yeah, that was before I learned about the white gel pen. And this painting never made it in a show.
Looks pretty good to me.
I know, isn't that awful? Never made it in a freaking show. I'm gonna do a couple of these and then paint them. I'll do, looks like I have room for 3. So I'll do my little squiggly little cloud shapes. Here's my top. Notice how random I make that. That one kind of looks like an anteater. There's the nose, little ear there. You know, think of some random shapes and a couple of branches coming off, trunk. Another random shape here. Maybe a random shape there. One more down here because there's these big gaps in these trees and they're not always symmetrical. So I'll put another branch there. Broken branch here. Okay, and room for another one. Okay, so I drew in 3. So, you know, I've got my squiggly cloud shapes, really squiggly abstract shapes. These are my clusters of needles, cluster, you know, the branch coming out. And I drew a little bit of trunk in between and add, where did that pen? The branches, you know, on some trees, the branches go up at this angle. On these trees, the branches are a little bit more lateral, like so. If we have branches, they're a little bit more lateral. And, well, this one maybe, no, I can just paint it in. So much smaller spaces, so I want to go with a smaller brush. I'm picking up this number 8 again. And I'm going to go ahead and pick up my dark blue, my indigo. Well, no, silly me. I want to start with a light color, light to dark. What have I got that I haven't used? Not really anything. I'll just mix up some of this yellow and yellow along with some of this indigo. Make a nice green. Just smear it in. So that first one very quickly. And I'm going to pick up, put in some darks with some indigo, just drop a few darks in here and there while it's still wet. And then just pull down some trunk, add a few branches. Okay, tree number 1. That was fast. This is, like I said, this is the easiest one, I think. It's the easiest shapes. easiest one to do. I'll do another one here. A little bit of light green. And then I'll pick up the indigo. You know what? I'm not going to pick up the indigo. I'm going to wash that out. I'm going to pick up sepia this time. Change up the colors. Because like I said, it doesn't, the colors really don't matter. It's the value. So here's some sepia. Put in my darks. Drag drag it down, ground it. And I'll do this one with, let's see, picking up a different green. This is green gold. Which is one of my favorite colors. And I don't think I've used it at all today. So I'll smear that in there. And what goes good with green gold? I'll pick up some ultramarine and use that for my darks. Green gold is almost a yellow. It's not much green to it at all. And again, I'm touching, you know, I'm letting my colors mix on the paper. I'm letting the green gold and the indigo mix. And all of these, it's letting the colors mix. I don't overlap them a whole lot, but just enough that overlap a little bit so that they will blend. That needs a thicker trunk. There we go. Much thicker. So that's, and now that you look at them, now like, oh yeah, I got one of those in the woods behind my house, right? Because the white pine here is a long leaf pine, and they all have, the long leaf pines, they all have this kind of shape to them. They don't have the symmetry of a Christmas tree. They don't have that symmetrical cone shape that we see on the spruces and the Norwegian pines. So I'll let you guys go ahead and paint a series of these. Oh, one more thing. If I want to turn one into a cypress tree. So what's the difference? What do cypress trees have that pines don't have? Spanish moss. So this one is still wet, so I'll pull it down here. I'm just pulling down some Spanish moss. And I'm using a rigger, but I'm using it sideways. But it has to be wet when I do this. It won't work if it's dry. And I'll hold it up. I realize it's kind of far from the light and I don't from the camera. So I'm gonna hold it up real fast so that you guys can see how I just, there we go. How I turned that into Spanish moss by dragging some of that bluish gray down. So it's basically, you know, the same shape. It's just adding the Spanish moss is what makes it into a cypress tree. So go ahead and knock yourself out. Paint me a series of trees. I'm going to give you, this is an easy one, so I'm not going to give you much time. You get about 2 more minutes.
Boxes, oh, Gracie, what boxes out there? What
Yeah,
boxes,
I
what
know,
boxes?
I know. It's soon. So someone.
Okay, so let's see. We're going to call that one done. That was the longleaf pine, which is similar in shape to the bald cypress. Now, we have about a half an hour left. We can do one of two things. We can either put them together in a landscape, or we can do one more thing, and that is palm trees. Which would you prefer? Learning palm trees yet? Doing an exercise in palms, or putting these together, what you have today, in a landscape?
Yeah, I'd like the landscape myself.
Okay. I'll go.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Looks like landscape
Me
is
too.
winning. Okay, great. And the reason I gave you guys a choice, because you guys don't see a lot of palm trees in this part of the country anyway.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, so palm trees might not be as exciting as it is in the South. So we have time to do a landscape. So I'm just going to make up a landscape based on the trees that we've already done. No buildings, just landscape. Foreground, trees, tree, a willow tree. Got to put a willow tree in it here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm putting a willow tree right here. And tree. And what else do we do? Oh yeah, pine trees. I'll put the pine tree here. No, I'll do these in the background, pine tree in this right here. Nope, here. Pine tree. Pine tree. Small willow. Maybe, oh, got to do 3 pine trees. I'm going to do another pine tree. I'll just do another tree here and a pine tree here. Okay. So, I mean, I'm going to show you this sketch. This is really childish looking because I've got 3 conical shapes for 3 pine trees. I've got my cloudy shapes, you know, random feathery, cloudy, bushy looking things here for the deciduous trees in the background, pine trees in front, and here I've got a willow. And then here's the foreground. You know what? Maybe I'll put some bushes. No bushes. I'll just do some random. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to ink this. Well, yeah, I could. Yeah, I got time. Yeah, we have time to put some ink on it. Makes it easier to see. So that's a white pen. I want the other pen. Everybody like the pine trees that the branches go up, or does the branches go down? Branches go down.
Doesn't matter.
And there's going to be 3 of them. They're not going to be all the exact same height. I'll make this one a little bit taller. Okay, and then in the background, now you can't hardly see my background trees back here now. And then here I've got that willow tree. trunk, 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 and okay. What do you think? Looks like a landscape, kind of, sort of,
Kind of, sort of.
kind of, sort of.
Hmm.
And I'm going to work from this way, that way, so I don't drag my hand in it. And using my small brush, my number 8. I want these 3 trees, the pine trees, to all be connected to each other. So they're going to be the same colors. And then I'll switch up these deciduous trees. I'll use different colors. And then this will also be different colors. So I'll have 3 different color groupings, one for the pines, one for the deciduous, and one for the willows. I'll start here, pine tree. What's a good color for pine tree? I'm going to start with some ultramarine blue. And what was this one again? This was a medium yellow. I forget what, permanent yellow, medium, I think it was called. Yeah. And a little bit more of the ultramarine blue. And because they're all going to be the same color family, I can do all 3 at the same time. And here it's just going to kind of run together because here the trees overlap at the base. What's the other color? Oh yeah, this one. Okay, pine trees are done. Oh, a little bit of a, I'll pull down a, what do you call it, the trunk on each tree. And I want this to dry a little bit, so I'll move ahead to this one now. The what do we call it? Willow, duh. I want to use, well, I already used the ultramarine. So I do want to change it up. So I'm going to use this horizon blue again, just to change it up. Just put some of that on it to start with. And then I said I was using some mud before, but I don't want to use the same mud that I just used. That works. A little bit of ultramarine now. Yeah, a little bit of ultramarine. And I need some green. So what did I use before? Did I use this? This was pretty bright. Nope, too bright. I need to tone. I have the sap green, but it's too bright. So I'm going to tone it down. Violet. Yeah, that works better. and need some darks. So I'm going to pick up some of this ultramarine and put in these darks in it. That looks good. And then I'll put a trunk in it, make it a tree. Need to be a gray. Pick up some of this gray right here. Ground it. Okay, and then moving on to, ideally this should be a little bit drier, but I want to get this done so that you guys can quick do one too. What did I say? Oh yeah, deciduous trees. So I want to have a variation in color to define between one type of tree and another. So what I don't want to use any ultramarine on this one. Let's use New Gamboge for my lights. Smear in some of this New Gamboge and some right here as well. That's in the background.
Gamboge.
Yeah, because I don't want to use any color that I've already used because I want a variation to show these trees are in the background. This is a different tree, totally different tree. And now I got to think for a minute. I did use no. What did I use there? I can't remember. Well, I didn't use cobalt, but cobalt New Gamboge usually comes out pretty hideous looking. Yeah, I don't like that. If I use that, that's too bright. I can use a little bit of that. This is the chrome green, which has been on my palette for about 30 years. So it's getting really hard for me to reconstitute it now. And as I'm going, I'm putting some in between to shine through these pines because it is behind the pine trees. So I do want to show behind there. And then, well, I don't want to use cobalt. No, cobalt makes it ugly. I'm going to pick up, you know what I did? Oh, what was that color that I hate? Phthalo. The bad color that hates me and I hate it. If I add some of that in, yeah, it's all right. The idea is to make the colors vary so that there is distinction between one type of tree and another. Oh, I could add a little bit of the brownish red. Add a little fall color to it too. That really, okay. So this is burnt sienna, I believe. Nice brownish red. Now, bring down some trunks, add a few darks. I'm going to just add some black in here now, just to darken this up, and then bring these trunks down. And add a few branches going off into the top. And then ground it. All right. The only thing I didn't do was add a sky and of course the final background. For the final background, if I add it in now, it's going to be too, where I just put these trunks in, it's a little bit too wet to add to add a background in there. But I think this is dry enough. I can add the sky in, finish this baby off. And the only thing is I do need, this is white now, and it shouldn't be white. This should be some kind of color, a pale green, even a brown would work. Something. Let's add pale green in there. Little wet. Okay, that's it. We put everything to practice into a landscape. Your turn.
She's a comedian, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
Well, we didn't do a show and tell of the last couple of paintings though. So let's
Oh,
do
that's
it.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
come
fine.
on. Let's do a
It's
quick
only-
peek. Let's see. We didn't see the willows.
Oh, the jellyfish?
The jellyfish. That's a good one. I like that jellyfish. We didn't see that, and we didn't see that and that. Okay, so, oh yeah, we didn't see that, and we didn't see that. All right, so who wants to start? I'm going to take the spotlight off myself, and I'm going to, oh, well, who is in front of me? Dana.
Oh, well, I went first last time.
I know, but I took the spotlight off and your face showed up, so.
Oh. Well, what did you want to, oh, willows.
Willows, the tree clusters, and the tree line of pines in the
I
background.
don't know, can you see my bad hair day?
Yes, no, that came out good.
Not
Oops,
bad.
where'd you go?
That looks good.
Yeah, well,
Okay, there we
I
go.
thought it was kind of questionable.
No, actually, no, they're not at all questionable. Look at your screen. Can you see your screen, how well they look? From what I see, they look good. You know, really good considering this is the first time you've done it with me. I mean, gosh.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, no, you did good. So let's see your, what else do we have? Your
Cypress.
Yeah, let's see your cypress.
Or whatever, what were these?
Cypress or longleaf pine.
Yeah,
Either
I think
or.
they're a little scant.
They're a
They
little
need-
too symmetrical.
Yeah,
You have the space in between each branch. Each branch is almost the same width, height, and distance in between.
yeah, I can see that.
Yep, a little bit too much symmetry,
Yeah.
too predictable.
Was there another one?
Yes, there was a cluster of trees where we pulled the trunks down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh, now that was one of the fun ones. You should like that one.
That was my
Look at
favorite.
that. Oh my God, you totally nailed it.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Okay.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. Good job.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, somebody else's turn.
Okay.
I'll go.
Okay, who was that? Agnes? Was that you?
Agnes.
What am I doing first? The bad hair day is.
It doesn't matter. Let's see your bad hair day.
Oh, look at your colors.
Oh, Agnes, those are fabulous. Yeah, your colors are gorgeous. You did a really good job of leaving that white space in between the branches. and also making an uneven, cut across the bottom.
Okay.
Beautiful done. Excellent job.
And these are I only like one of these, and that's this one.
Yeah, me too.
The other two. I just didn't have, this one just kind of ran together, so it was more natural, something to me. And then these are my all-time favorites.
Ooh,
A nice job.
And that
Holy cat! Oh my God, both of them.
I was really happy with both of them. So
Yeah, the tree cluster one, that is such a fun one, and you really nailed it.
thank you.
I got a feeling you all nailed the tree cluster one because it's just so much fun.
Fun to do.
And we all know what tree clusters look like.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have Harry. Let's see what you got.
Tree cluster.
Nice.
Whoops, where'd he go?
whoops.
Hold on, let me find him again. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I see him. Okay, let me spotlight. There he is. Okay, there you are, Harry. All right. That is nice. That is nice. Your trees are still doing the COVID spacing, however, they didn't connect, which is fine. They're fine. They're shy. They don't want to touch each other. But that's good. I like them. They're planted. They're an orchard. Very well. Nicely grounded too. And really good values on them. Nice value change. We're going to see his willows. Oh, hold it steady. Don't move it.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice too.
Wow. Harry, your willows are fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
Try to get a silver one and a darker one.
Yeah, and they both came out gorgeous. They both look like willows. And you did a really nice job at the base of the willow, grounding it to the ground. That especially is nice. Good. I like the one on your right, which is my left, the best. The other one, oh yeah, I see you tried to pull it down. Yeah, the one on your right is more tree-ish, I think. It's less symmetrical, and that's what really is the thing about these white pines and long needle pines and the cypresses. They are not symmetrical. So that was excellent as well. Good job, you guys. I am really impressed. Hold it steady. Well, now, okay, Harry is showing the rest of y'all up. Harry just did the final exercise in like 2 seconds. So if Harry can do it, the rest of y'all can do it too. Excellent job. Beautiful freaking landscape, Harry. Great work. I tell you, I just get the best students. I've always had really good luck with the Salem County Art League.
It's our teacher.
I've always had very good luck with you guys.
Well, you're fun. You make it fun.
Well, I am funny, that's for sure.
I said you were a comedian.
I am funny. Okay, so who we got now? Florence. Florence, you're up.
Windblown.
Ooh.
Oh, they're nice.
Whoop. Oh, sorry, lost her again. Let me find her again. Here he is. Okay, there we go, Florence. I just freaking love that use of red. Oh my God, that is stunning.
I went for the gusto.
You
I
did.
don't have the red you have, so I just did my own thing.
Yeah, and excellent value change. Your tree trunks look gorgeous. Beautiful edges. Nice random look to it. Random shapes. Good color contrast. Everything about that is gorgeous. Good job.
Annie, thank you. Yeah.
You guys are just
You certainly,
fabulous.
even if one doesn't feel they did well, you certainly make us feel good about it.
Oh,
Now,
oh, wait a minute. Okay, does everybody agree with me? Were Francis's trees that she just showed us, were they fabulous or not?
They were good.
Yes,
They were
beautiful.
Yeah, they really
Thank
were.
you.
Florence.
Thank you. Okay, here comes my jellyfish and my pine that got a little chunky.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah, your jellyfish got a little overworked. You a little too wet
A little bit too much. And
Yeah,
so
a
did
little
the
too wet.
pine.
and a little too worked up.
Yep, I get too overworked. That's the
Yeah.
truth.
But your pine actually looks very good. It's
Yeah.
it looks to me like the long leaf pines that I see in the south. It's very it's good. It's a perfect pine.
Thank you.
Yep, you did well. But
Thank you.
your jellyfish, yeah, your jellyfish.
Yeah, the jellyfish is has a lot to
Yeah, it
be
reminds me of
desired.
a creature I saw in a movie, and not perfect. You know what? It serves you right, Florence. You can't be perfect at everything, for Christ's sake.
No, I
Gotta-
know.
You can't. Yeah, you can't be perfect on everything. All right, I'm taking Florence off. Let's see. Mary Hertz, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let me pull you up. Spotlight Mary Hertz.
Okay. All right. So I had to change, wait a minute, let me turn this light. My battery was running down on the computer, so I changed locations, so.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
That tree
Behind
line. That
you.
is nice.
Nice.
And so I don't know, I don't know if we were supposed to do that or not.
Oh, yes, you were.
Okay. Okay. Well, there's that one.
Yeah, you nailed it. That looks
And then
gorgeous.
Here's one of the clusters.
Oh, fabulous.
That's one.
Oh, wow.
That's really nice.
That
And,
is nice. Nice colors.
Yeah, that was it was a little bit of a challenge to get those colors to bleed together. That's the trick on that. But yeah, I was happy with that one.
Yeah, they really blend
Mhm.
nicely.
Second one. And you're right, they're fun to do. Once you get the hang of it, they're fun.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that, Mary. That's really dramatic.
And
Yeah.
so easy to put that into any of your landscape paintings, you know, that
Yeah,
you do.
yeah, actually would be, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not sure whether this is a jellyfish or a wig stand.
Okay.
There you are.
Let's
There's
see.
the
Nice.
willow tree.
Ah, actually, they're
Looks
very
good.
good. The
They
shape,
do. They look good.
yeah, the shape is a little squat.
Yeah, there.
They're a little wide, a little fat, too much, carbohydrates or something.
Yeah.
So they're a little round, but the colors and values are spot on.
Oh, well, okay, good. All right, then there's this one. I did a lot this afternoon. I only did 2.
You did
Oh,
good.
Was
Good.
getting slower.
Mhm.
They're nice.
Very
And,
good. Very cypress tree looking.
and
Excellent
then
job.
this isn't really finished, but
No, but you did a great start. Look at those pines.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's
Really
fabulous.
Mhm.
And your tree cluster in the back, great job. Nice variation. You have good color change between the 3 types of trees.
okay,
Excellent job.
very good. Well, it's been a pleasure. But
No, that was excellent. All
okay,
right,
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
if there's-
pull up Carol. We haven't seen Carol yet, right?
No.
Okay, Carol.
Yeah, it sounds like he's moving
Oh,
furniture.
Carol, turn your mic on.
Got it.
There you go. All right. Let's see what you got for us, girl.
Okay, this is my wigs.
Okay, hold them steady. Hold them steady. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
They are, but they're good, yeah.
They actually, the one on your right, my left, a
That
little
one.
too V-shaped, upside down V on the base of it. But the other one, yeah, that one, yeah. So the other
That one.
one though
Oh.
is absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
Absolute perfection. Great,
Looks really
great
good.
color and great values. Great trunk.
Not
I
an-
like the way how you blended the trunk into the tree. No,
Is
it
there
looks
enough
great.
dark in it?
Yes, yes. Yeah, no,
No.
it's good to go.
Okay. Thank you.
And good, I like what you did under the tree too.
Thank you.
You did much better on your wig stands.
Oh,
These
really?
are a
Yeah.
little bit too symmetrical.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
your each branch is the same size, the same weight, the same width, and the same distance between each one.
No.
Too much like railroad track tries.
Okay. And this, the cluster, I can't. That's not good. I was putting dark in here. I just don't have the right green.
Actually, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad either. Right now, you're all one value again, because your dark is too light. Your yellow, your new gamboge, whatever you use for your yellow, is the same value as your dark. So if you go in and darken your darks, leave the lights in the middle values, and just darken your darks, you can save that one. It's not a loss yet. It just doesn't have the dark values. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It was fun.
Okay. You done? Okay. So I'm gonna pull up Carrie. I have you next. Let me pull up. We hit unmute.
Such as they are.
Oh, I like that. Good job on your willow trees.
Thank you.
The one on my right has a little bit off shape. Gravity, the shape is a little off. But the first one, the shape is perfect. Good shape. And then down below, I see your longleaf pines. Good job on your longleaf pines, actually. You did a very good job. Nice spacing between the branches, so they don't have that symmetry that we saw in some of the other ones. These are good. You did an excellent job on those.
Thank you. And then these were my
your clusters.
You're calling them, but
Very lovely.
They are gorgeous.
well, I think they need more dark though, right?
Yes, just like Carol. You have nice, if I split my eyes, I can see the trunks are dark. However, that's the only place where you have darks is in the trunks of the trees. You don't have any darks in the foliage. There's a few spots, but not many. So bring some of those darks in and then that'll be finished.
Okay, and then here's my last one. I'm still kind of working on. But
oh, good job.
Oh, thank
you. You've got your pine trees, and yes, again, you nailed it with the fact that we wanted a color difference between the three groupings, three different types of trees. We wanted to vary the colors so that we could see the difference between the different groupings, and you nailed that perfectly.
Well, thank you. They probably need, the middle ones probably need some more dark again.
Yeah, maybe if you want.
Okay, all right.
You don't have to, because they look fine. The idea was to have three distinct groupings and to show a difference in color and value. Is mostly color between them, which you did. You nailed it. You have the greens, the yellows, and the blues. Three different distinct groupings of trees. No, that worked out good.
Well, thank you so much for everything, Annie. That was wonderful, wonderful class.
It was.
Thank you, Annie.
Fun. You were terrific.
Now, we got Dana. We didn't get Annette. Annette, are you there?
No.
Annette might not be there. Okay.
She was busy today.
Yeah, running around.
Yeah, apparently she couldn't get settled down.
Did I miss anyone?
Doesn't look like it.
Yep, I think
Okay.
we're good.
Patience, did Patience go?
Harry.
Wait a minute. Patience left.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we lost Patience, so we didn't get to see your final ones. But hopefully, like I said, Annette and I will work on getting this somewhere on the internet so that you guys can access it and and redo these lessons if you want, or anything that you need may be missed. And don't forget, if you have any questions, email me. Send me an email. Give me a call. You know, I'm not doing anything. I'm bored to tears over here.
Thank you so much. It was really
Thank you so much,
Thank
Annie.
you.
This was
It
fun,
was
lots of
terrific.
fun.
Yeah.
Well,
You're,
thank you
you're
for coming.
terrific.
And I think we're doing this again, Mary, right? In
Well,
January?
we're supposed to be doing acrylics in
Acrylics.
January 15th.
January.
Haven't ironed out all those details yet. So we'll see what's going to happen with that.
Okay.
But that's another Saturday, and we have to talk about whether it's going to be Zoom or whether it will be on site.
Okay.
We
I
do-
can do on-site if everyone's vaccinated.
Okay, what about now the church where we would be holding it doesn't require masks, so I don't know whether you do or not.
I do, yeah. I mean, I know that it's hard for some people, but I'm still trying to stay alive. So really would appreciate everybody wearing a mask, and vaccination is mandatory. But I feel much better because I've had my third shot now, so I feel much safer being amongst other people.
Right. Okay, good. I had my third shot Wednesday, and I about died.
Did you? Oh,
Thursday. Killed me. It made me,
yeah.
I was really sick for Thursday. Yesterday it started to clear up, and today I'm better, but yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. I couldn't believe I was so sick.
That's funny.
Did that happen with the first two, Mary?
Not the first one. The second one, I was just maybe half a day. I didn't feel well, but that third one put me out for the whole day. So
That's
Wow.
funny. Not.
Yeah,
What,
me too,
what
Mary.
type was it? What type was it, Mary, that you got?
Moderna.
Pfizer. Oh,
Moderna?
Moderna?
Uh-oh, that's what I'm getting.
That's
Yeah,
what I have.
Moderna from people that I know. I got the Pfizer. I miraculously didn't get sick at all. But the
Good.
Moderna, I heard, has thrown people for a loop.
And I didn't have a,
But everybody's an
Count me in
individual,
that
so
group.
who knows?
Yeah,
I had a
it's
sore arm.
crazy the way it works.
I got Moderna and it didn't have any effect.
Right,
third shot.
everybody's an individual.
I guess it all depends on your makeup, whether you're
Mm-hmm.
I had a sore arm for 2 days.
stalwart or not. But anyway, so Annie, I have a question for you. This is not, well, it's related to this workshop. Did you get your check yet?
Oh, not yet. No.
Okay, all right, I'll follow up on that.
Did you mail it already?
I don't know. I mean,
Oh.
the treasurer takes care of that, so I
Okay.
sent her your address.
Okay.
I just don't know if I didn't know if she'd mailed it ahead. Okay. All right, I'll take care of it.
Cool. Yeah, and for the acrylic workshop, I'd actually would prefer to do it in person because I have a lot of stuff to give away. And if
Oh,
we do it
yes.
on Zoom, I can't give it away.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, well,
let's
we've
do it
never
in
done-
person.
I'm going to tell you right now, we've never done an acrylic workshop. Well, once before we did an acrylic workshop with Weigert. I can't think of his first name.
Eric Weigert?
I'm sorry.
Eric Weigert?
SWIGERT, I believe.
Oh. No, I don't know.
Okay. Well,
Didn't we do a Dan Chard one also, or no?
no, Dan did whatever he wanted to do, I think, that day. I don't think it was strictly acrylic because I was in that workshop and I don't do acrylic at all.
We did a Hampton.
Rather
or-
do it on site. I don't think it's a problem on site. I think I have it all lined up. I just have to actually reserve that date.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a lot of materials to get rid of.
Well,
Plus,
we'll
you
cross
know
our
me, I like to
fingers.
give out door prizes, and I haven't given out door prizes in a couple of years, so things are starting to stack up.
Okay, well, I'll put that in the invitation or the announcement then. Door prizes.
That should get
Yeah.
the people out.
But also, you know, when I teach acrylics, I teach what the materials are and how to use all the auxiliaries. You know, all the mediums that come with it, because there's so many with acrylics.
Right.
So if I do it online, I can't teach that because you don't have the access to it. But if I do it in a in person, I can bring all that stuff out and squeeze it out onto everybody's palettes so everybody can try the different
Right.
things.
Fantastic.
Good.
We have, there are probably some people that would like to try it. Acrylics is pretty popular.
Good.
But they don't have the materials. And Harry had suggested that the Art League could use some of our grant funds to buy extra materials in the basic colors. So if we had somebody who wanted to sign up, that we could provide those. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's in the early stages of planning at this point. So we'll see.
Cool.
Although it's January is not that far away.
Not that far away.
You're right. You're right. And there's Christmas in between and nothing
Yeah.
gets done. Yeah.
I'm wondering if February would not be a better choice. What do you guys think? Those of you.
Up to you.
I'm fine with January.
Okay.
You
All
know
right.
what? Whatever works for you, Mary, whatever, if you can't, whatever you need to schedule it, because you're just across the river from me. So it's nothing for me,
Okay.
to come on a drop of a hat.
Okay, I was just thinking about the time frame to plan it. Whoops, I'm sorry. Plan it to get people involved, like we planned for 20 for this and we got 10. Fine, and it was a good group to work with. It's just that it's hard to sell.
Swishing.
We don't make any money. It's not that.
Sounds like somebody's dog.
I don't know.
Oh,
Hey, we don't have to solve the logistics here.
Sounds like scraping.
Thank you.
Well, then,
I
guess
appreciate it.
I would like to get released.
Thanks, Annie.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Have a
All right,
nice
we'll be in
weekend.
Okay,
Bye.
thanks
Love you
again.
guys.
Thanks again.
Bye.
How do you?